The River of Oblivion. So, Jacopo and Morgana now? Late April.
Ah, くそ。いきなり振り出しやがって。
Why he looking so fancy? Why does it look like he's gonna sell me something? Like, he sells dreams, but is also a con man. Dang, his voice is deep. Is Jacopo, police and sirens.
こっちに来てから嫌なことだらけだ。スーツだって仕立てたばかりだっていうのに、あくそ、やってられん。確かこの公園を突っ切るとバス停への近道だったな。雨の中のバスなんぞ考えるだけで嫌気がさすが。
I didn't expect for his voice to be this deep. To be honest. I like it, but I didn't expect it.
くそ、やはりタクシーを呼んでおきゃよかった。
I think that maybe he meets Morgana here. I'd had a string of bad luck that day. I'd had to stay later than usual to clean up a mess caused by a subordinate, and as soon as I'd managed to get out, it decided to start pouring on me. Haha. Lunch had been dreadful, and I'd missed dinner entirely. As the annoyance continued to pile up, even small things that wouldn't usually bother me started adding to the agitation. And it had reached the point where I wouldn't have minded if a meteor struck and eradicated humanity. We could move you to another game if you would like that. Final Fantasy VII, perhaps? So when I came across her, I just considered it yet another annoyance to add to the day's stack. As I was crossing through the park, I caught sight of a shadow in the corner of my eye. In that moment, the rain seemed to slow to a crawl, and I felt strangely detached from my surroundings. I stopped dead in my tracks, though I couldn't conjure up a reason as to why. Normally, I wouldn't have spared the girl even a glance. There was no bigger waste of time than sticking your nose in someone else's business. But something was off about me today. Any reasonable man would have called a cab from the office instead of running through the rain in his brand new suit. I was hardly wanting for money after all. Yet for some reason, I decided to make a mad dash through a nearby park, knowing full well I was going to get drenched in the process. And now, there I was, standing in the rain, enraptured by this girl. Please! Let her be 18. You know what? Even better, 20. Morgana! Oh my god, so pretty! Hold on, let me get a screenshot. She sat on a bench, no umbrella to shield her from the rain. Water streamed down her face, but still she sat unfazed, not even bothering to wipe it away. This is what Michael saw. Her back was straight and her knees held together, very prim and proper, as though there were nothing out of the ordinary about it. And for a split second, the sight of her nearly convinced me of the same. A moment's rational thought was all it took to break the illusion, but I had come this close to falling for it. It was like looking at a single frame of a movie, a completed work of art, with no room for outside influence. What on earth was going through my head? It was just a damn girl sitting in the rain, and probably a runaway at that. Why else would someone her age be sitting out in the rain all by herself? I'm worried because he's saying, why else would someone her age be sitting out in the rain all by herself? As if she needed her parents around. And I mean, he's a grown-ass adult. He has colleagues. He went to lunch. Whatever her story, sticking my nose into it was certain to end poorly. I had an early morning tomorrow too. The last thing I had time to do was play busybody.
Oi, kimi! Oi, soko no!
Yet for some godforsaken reason, I was trying to get her attention. Please don't do this romantic! Please!
私に声をかけているのですか?
Her eyes were light, an almost translucent gold under the pale yellow streetlight, and looked like they could pierce right through me. And her voice was a curious thing. I didn't have the words to adequately describe it, but it sounded like it was resonating directly in my mind. The sound of it was undeniably beautiful, but there was something more there. Like each and every syllable coiled itself around my heart and tried to crush it.
君とどこかで会ったことはないか?
What the hell? That wasn't what I had planned to say at all. The words just fell out of my mouth.
何ですか、あなた。不審者?
In fact you do! In fact you do! Call the police! Do the sirens in the chat! Look at that. She was already getting wary. What the hell had gotten into me? I'd been acting inexplicably peculiar. Just last month, I'd run into a tall woman who seemed strangely familiar, and for whatever reason asked her if he had any shared acquaintances, an absurd thing to inquire of a stranger. I was clearly losing my mind. Even I wouldn't want to associate with me. Y'all, I'm dying! I'm dying seeing the sirens out of the corner of my eyes. I was clearly losing my mind. Even I wouldn't want to associate with me.
違う、不審者ではない。今のは、その気にするな。私が言いたいのはそんなことではなく、つまり、こんな夜更けに小娘が一人で何をしているんだということだ。そろそろ人気もなくなる。危険だぞ。早く帰る。
一体何なんですか、あなたは。私がどこで何をしていようが私の勝手でしょ。
Oh my god, her voice is so good. This is what I imagine like 2B's voice actress. in Japanese to sound like. Would be perfect.
あいにくとこの社会には子供は守らなければならないという義務がまかり通っているものでな。君未成年だろ。
I'm hoping that she will be like, actually, I'm 19.
私、大人です。20歳を超えていますから。
Yes! Oh my gosh! You guys! You guys! She... Oh my gosh! She's in her 20s! Oh, oh. We don't need to call the cops. Take away the sirens. We don't need to call the cops. No release of the files. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's even better. She's in her 20s. Ah. Okay, now I feel good. Now I feel good. Ah. I'll take my leave. Bye bye, Mr. Policeman.
随分と子供っぽい20歳がいたものだな。まあいい。100歩譲って君が未成年ではなかったとしても。
Y'all. Hallelujah indeed. Oh my gosh. I feel so relieved. I feel so relieved. I was like, is my face gonna look like this? The entire game? From now on? But no.
そんな風に傘もなしに座っていたらずぶ濡れになって風邪をひくだろうが。親と喧嘩でもして帰りづらくなったのかどうか知らんが、意地を張るのはそこそこにして早く帰りたまえ。そこにいられるとこっちも迷惑だ。
You're a public nuisance. You are a nuisance in every single lifetime, Jacopo.
そうですか。でも私は大丈夫ですので。あなたこそ早くお帰りください。さようなら。
Burn!
おい君、何なんだその言い草は。人が心配をしてやっているというのに。
心配？その言い方が？なるほど。他人に干渉して説教をした挙句、迷惑だと吐き捨てるのがあなた流の親切なんですね。
Barbecue him!
本当に紳士で素敵な人ですね。ご心配どうもありがとう。これでいい？
She's exactly the same. I love it.
口の減らないガキ。私はな、ただ年の若い娘がこんなところで一人でいるのはまずいだろうと思って。
She said she was in her 20s. She a woman, bro. Why does it sound like he's 50? Like he was how many years older? 7?
あなたの心配が逆に私にとって迷惑なんです。放っておいて。
なくそ分かった。お前のことを気にかけたこっちがバカだった。勝手にしろ。どうなっても知らんからな。なんなんだ最近のガキは。年上に向かってあんな物言いしかできんのか。まったく最初から関わるのではなかった。時間を無駄にしてしまったじゃないか。これではバスも間に合うかどうか。あのキオスクまだ開いているのか。傘が売っているな。 何を立ち止まっているんだ。あんな小娘がどうなろうと私の知ったことではないはずだ。明日も早いのだから早く行くぞ。
He's so bothered.
くそ、なんなんだまったく。
またあなたですか。帰ったんじゃなかったの？もう一度説教でもするつもり？暇なんですか？
Y'all, her presence is really bothering him. Like,
早々に毒を吐いてきたな。まったく暇なわけがないだろう。おかげでバスは逃すし最悪だ。
well, that's not her fault. That's your goddamn fault.
だったらなんで戻ってきたんですか？バス代の請求でもしに来たの？
はあ？私が小娘にたかがバス代を請求するような耳っちい男に見えるのか？
But you're here complaining to a child about you missing the bus because of her.
見えますね。
あのな。たく、君の毒舌に付き合っていたら夜が明けちまう。もういい。こいつを受け取れ。
なんで傘？
そこで濡れ続けられたらこっちの気分が悪くなるのだ。
なんであなたの気分が関係するんですか？言っておきますけれど、傘代なんて持ち合わせていませんよ。
そんなもん請求するわけがなかろう。どうせ安物のビニール傘だしな。
買ったの一本だけなんですか？あなたの分がないようですけど。
人の分なんか気にするな。それに私の家は近所だ。すぐに帰れる。
でも
いいからつべこべ言わずに受け取れ。
ちょっと押し付けないでください。
So pushy.
よし、受け取ったな。いいか、早く帰るんだぞ。わかったな。
なんなのあの人。
The next morning, it was still raining, the sky covered in a thick layer of dark clouds. It wasn't even rainy season. Why couldn't the sky just dump everything in one big downpour and let us be done with it? It continued through the day, showing no signs of letting up even as the sun went down. The slow, constant drizzle was like my mood made manifest. In the 3 years since my work had brought me here, I'd only gotten busier and busier. I hadn't even had time to properly accustom myself to life in France, and the slew of crap being hurled at me wasn't helping. I'd managed to learn the language, but the cultural barrier still stood tall between me and the locals. At which point you might say, then just go home already. But I was too stubborn to go crawling back with nothing to show for my time here. At the very least, I want to get my company off the ground and mostly sustainable first. Otherwise, the whole endeavor would be a failure. Which was why I was staying at the office day in and day out. But the harder I worked myself, the lazier and more incompetent everyone else seemed, and the more irritated I grew with them. Drinking and smoking were essentially the only outlets I had for my constantly mounting stress.
なんだ、今日は随分と混んでいるな。ああ、そうか、休日前だからか。やれやれ、日時の感覚が消え失せていたぞ。こんなに混んでいてはゆっくりできんな。一杯だけ引っ掛けて帰るか。ん？へえ、
それじゃあ君もフランスに来たのはつい最近なのか。奇遇だね。俺も1ヶ月前に転勤してきたばかりなんだ。
そうなんですか。あ、1ヶ月前といえば、私もマリアと旅行してて、それがきっかけでこっちに来てみようって。
んということは、1ヶ月の間に外国へ引っ越すことを決めてしまったのか？
そうなの。お母さんにも呆れられちゃった。私、決めたら結構ちょっとつ盲信なんだよね。あ、ちょっとつ盲信なんです。
This is when Maria was talking with Jacopo at the bar.
そうかしこまらないでいいのに。普通に話してもらって構わないよ。
そうじゃあ、そうしよっかな。なんだかね、最初にあなたを見たとき、ちょっと怖そうだなって思っちゃったんだけど、全然怖い人じゃなかった。むしろ、優しくて誠実そうな人って感じがする。
優しくて誠実か。そう言ってもらえると嬉しいよ。
なんだあのアジア人どもは。カウンター席の隅は私の特等席なのだぞ。まあ予約はしとらんが。
Oh, you just go into a place and be like, "That's my seat!"
ここは外国人も入りやすい店だが、ああいう観光客みたいな浮かれた手合いも多いのが難点だな。それにしても、あの男、どこかで見たことがあったか。取引会社の社員か？いや、それならもっとはっきり覚えているはず。
I wonder from where?
わからんな。まあ、どうでもいいことか。空いているカウンター席は、あそこか。おいマスター、いつものやつをロックでくれ。何？ボトルがもう空？なら新しいのをキープしてくれ。まったく、そんなに飲んだ覚えはないんだがな。蓋を開けて蒸発させてしまっているのではないかね。はっ、冗談だ冗談。さすがにそんなことをされたら味でわかるからな。うん、いい色だ。グラスも美しいし、氷もよく整えられている。あとは騒がしくなければ最高なんだがな。さて、それでは仕事終わりの一杯を楽しむとするか。
うめえ。やっぱキンキンに冷えたビールって最高。
おい君、人の静かな晩酌をぶち壊すな。大体なんだ、女のくせに下品だぞ。
なにあんた、酒場で誰がどう飲もうとその人の勝手でしょ。つうか今時女のくせにって時代錯誤じゃん。ぐちぐち文句言うなら私の隣に座らないでよ。
好きで君の隣に座ったわけではない。席がいっぱいでここしか空いてなかったのだ。
だったら別の店に行きゃいいじゃんか。
私がボトルキープをしている店はここなのだ。
うるせえ男だな。あんたもバーを楽しむ紳士なら、一人酒している女を見つけたらこう言うべきだね。おやお嬢さん、お一人ですか？なら一杯おごりますよ。ビールではなく最上級のウイスキーをね。ってね。ま、私はそれでもビール派なんだけど。
死んでも言うものか。酒をおごられたいのならそれなりの淑女になるべきだな。
なんだよ、ほんとうざいやつ。人に文句ばかりつけてさ。っていうかあんたのことどっかで見た気が。
なんだ、ナンパかね。あいにくだが、君のような口と態度が悪い単発の女は願い下げだな。他は当たりたまえ。
うるせえこの偏屈男。誰があんたみたいなやつを逆難するかってな。そうじゃなくて、こうもっとムカつく感じの記憶が。
Makes sense.
なあ、思い出した。道でぶつかったやつだ。
あ？そんなこといちいち覚えておらんな。
In the end credits.
とにかくあの時はひどい態度を取られたんだ。謝れ。
はあ？覚えていないということは大した出来事ではなかったということだ。そんなものに対して謝罪する道理はないな。
あんたにとっては大したことなくても、こっちには大したことだったんだ。おかげであれからしばらく気分が悪くて、旅行に嫌な思い出ができちまったし、それに帰国してからも悪いこと続きで、店長を殴ってクビになってアパレル業界にいられなくなっちゃったしいっそ新天地で違う仕事しようって思ったら、ようやく雇ってもらえたところも早々に潰れそうだし。
最後あたりは全く私の責任ではない気がするのだが。
うるさいうるさい。これも全部あんたがあの時にぶつかったせいだ。運もその時に落っことしちゃったんだ。マスター、ビールおかわり。
やれやれ。マスター、ビールはやめて私のボトルからこの女に一杯ついでやれ。
何あんた、あんなこと言ってたのにおごってくれんの？
本来隣に座った女におごる趣味は持ち合わせておらんのだがな。ああも惨めに嘆かれたら情けでもかけてやる気になる。
情けって、あんたいちいち言うことムカつくね。
She about to this close to pour it all over him.
それにウイスキーの良さも教えてやらねばならんからな。いいか、ビールのように喉に流し込むんじゃないぞ。まずは風味を楽しむんだ。口に含んで舌の上で転がし、香りを味わった後に飲み込む。そらやってみろ。
なんか飲み方までレクチャーされるの尺なんだけど、酒くらい好きに飲ませろって。
いいからつべこべ言わずに言われた通りにやってみろ。
へいへい。このウイスキーすっごいうまいじゃん。ウイスキーって癖が強くて敬遠してたんだけど、いけるわ。
そうだろうそうだろう。
ちなみに情けって一杯分しかかけてくれないわけ？
がめつい女だな。ま、好きに飲めばいい。
やったー。あんたって超ムカつくやつだけど、ちょっとはいいとこあるじゃんか。
You make me want to chew on glass.
やはり行ってきたりとも飲ませたくなくなってきたな。
That turned quickly.
冗談だってば冗談。
もうこんな時間か。
もう帰る気？早くない？もしかして妻子持ち？
あいにくと独身だ。明日も仕事があるものでな。
明日って休日なのに？へえ、働くね。飲食店勤務ってわけじゃないんでしょ？
ああ、外国人の富裕層に向けた不動産関係だ。だが周りが無能だらけで、私が一人で部門を支えているようなものだ。
ほーん、なんかすごく金の匂いがする仕事だね。あんた金数えるの好きそうだもんね。女よりも金って感じ。普通女に酒をおごったんなら酔わせて持ち帰るところまでがワンセットだと思うけどね。
言っただろ。君のような女は願い下げだとな。それとも持ち帰られたいのかね。
まさか私もあんたは願い下げ。でも一緒に飲めて結構楽しかったよ。なんか昔から知ってた仲みたい。出身が同じイタリアだからかな。それだけじゃない気もするけど、よくわかんないや。あんなにムカついてたのにな。ほんと不思議だよ。
そうだな。実を言うと私も似たような感想を抱いていた。君からは女を感じさせないからな。話しやすかった。
She just has a different personality, Jacopo. Can't you take it?
はあ？それって失礼じゃない？私これで結構色っぽい方だと思うんだけどな。
Yes, you are.
まあいいや。正直女だって見られない方が私も気楽だし。また飲もうよ。なんか近いうちに再会しそうな気がするんだよね。
君ともう一度会うのは勘弁願いたいものだな。3度目にばったり出くわしたら妙な力が働いているようにしか思えん。
はいはい、お得意の憎まれ口ね。でもきっとあると思うよ、3度目。あ、そうだ、私の名前はマリーヤ。3度目にばったり会って君とかお前呼ばわりじゃ嫌だかんね。教えといてあげる。
I think they have
あんた
such a
は？
fun dynamic.
ヤコポだ。
やっぱりどこかで聞いたことあるような気がするよ。じゃあね、ヤコポ、ブオノノって。
結構な時間になってしまったな。まったくまだ雨は止んでいないのか。昨日と同じ道を行くか。
She's probably gonna be there again.
ん？あれはまさか。
I couldn't believe my eyes. A young girl sitting alone on a bench in the rain, exactly as I had seen her yesterday. For a second, I wondered if I had gone back in time, but I knew that wasn't possible, which meant she had been there since yesterday.
おい君、またここにいるのか。
またあなたですか。なんかお酒臭いですね。
酔っていない。たしなんだ程度だ。私のことなどどうでもよかろう。それよりもなんで今日も雨に濡れているんだ。私がくれてやった傘はどこにやったんだ。
目を離した隙に盗まれてしまいました。
なんだと？いや、傘のことはこの際どうでもいい。それより君だ。まさかあれから帰っていないのか。家に帰れん事情でもあるのか。だったら友人の家を頼るなり、どこか屋根のある場所に行ってくれ。このままホームレスにでもなる気か。おい、なんとか言ったらどうなんだ。
私の事情なんてあなたに関係ないでしょ。
前にも言ったがな、関係ないと言って放置しておくわけにはいかん。昨日はちょっとした家出程度だと思っていたが、そうでないとしたら余計このままにはしておけんだろ
う。何度も言いますけど、もう放っておいて。私がどうなろうと関係ないじゃないですか。
分かった。警察に突き出す。
は？なんで警察が出てくるんですか？私が何か悪いことでもしたと？
君は放っておけという。しかし、このまま家出少女を放置できない。だったら警察に保護してもらう。それしかなかろう。警察の仕事は悪人の逮捕だけじゃないものでな。
How's she breaking the law, though?
だったら別の公園に行って同じことを繰り返すだけです。
なんだってそこまで堅くなになるんだ。とにかく、君がこのままだと困る。他の公園に行ったとしても同じだ。頼むから家に帰ってくれ。こんな公園に娘が一人でいたらまずいに決まっている。それがわからないのか？
それくらいわかります。
だったら。
本当にうるさい人。
ようやく家に帰る気になったのか？
Look at her sprite! So cute!
まさか別の場所に移動します。ここにいるとうるさい人につきまとわれるから。それじゃさようなら。傘のことだけはすみませんでした。
The girl gave me a vicious scowl, then turned and began walking away. I'd given her plenty of warnings, plenty of advice. I'd done my due diligence, and pushing it any harder was a waste of both of our time. She could deal with the consequences of her own decisions. Whatever they ended up being, it wasn't my business. She was an ungrateful, petulant little brat. I had nothing but a migraine to gain by offering her any consideration. So I just wouldn't. That was best for my sanity. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. It became a mantra in my head. But my hand appeared to have missed the memo, because when I looked up next, it was clasped around her upper arm. She's gonna be like, unhand me! I'ma call the cops!
何？
She turned her head back toward me, frowning and clearly bewildered. And I was probably about equally as confused. I could practically hear her chewing me out in her mind about the mixed messages I was sending.
もし行き場所がないのなら。
I figured she would have already smacked my hand away and threatened to call the police by now. But what I saw instead was a girl who looked cornered and out of options. My grip around her arm tightened. How was I going to finish that statement? None of the follow-ups I could think of seemed wise, or sane at that. But the other option, letting her go and doing nothing, was entirely out of the question.
私の部屋に来い。
This is such a creepy thing to say. Like, you can stay at my place. Y'all just met. Y'all just met. Hi, Niels. It is going very well. I think that we might be, like, in the... close to the finishing line. I think. But then we have short stories as well. Who would just trust a stranger, right? Have you finally found your true romance, Bea? He was in the beginning. Dog, couldn't he have paid for a hotel or something? Mind you, he's coming from the bar. Exactly. This just... strange.
あなたの部屋にって、それ本気で言っているんですか？
Yeah, I'd also be irritated at this. I'd be like, what the frick do you think? That I would just come waltzing into your place? No.
悲しいが本気のようだ。飯も寝る場所もとりあえずは用意してやれる。公園なんかにいるよりマシだろ。
I'd be like, who is this weirdo? Also reeking of alcohol.
無論選択権は君にある。だが君がまた適当な場所で夜を明かすというのなら、私は警察に家出少女の件を通報する。
As a runaway, she's in her 20s.
それ脅しみたいに聞こえるんですけど。
これでも一応は人の身を案じたつもりの提案だったんだがな。
他の選択肢もありますよ。ここで私が悲鳴を上げること。そして人が集まってきたら、その隙をついてあなたから逃げ出して、警察のお世話にならないような遠いところに行く。
それがしたいならそうすりゃいいだろう。
そう。じゃあ、わかりました。
She's gonna be like,
分かったって。どっちにだ？
あなたの部屋に行きます。だって、どこにいたって同じですからね。
You a brave one. I don't think Jacopo would ever do anything anyway, so since we know him, I mean, we know him, but...
何？その不思議そうな目。
いや、そっちの方に了承されるとは思っていなかったのだ。
自分が言い出しておいて変な人ね。とにかく手を離して。それから、連れて行ってください。
ああ、そうだな。
The words came out sounding even limper than I had intended. I was quite relieved, though, despite how displeased she looked. The reasonable thing to do in this situation was obviously to not engage with her at all, just to silently report her to the authorities. But I'd gone for perhaps the most unreasonable solution imaginable. I couldn't tell at a glance how old she was, but she certainly wasn't in her 20s like she claimed. Y'all, is this where the happiness dies? Y'all, no. I think that he just thinks that she is short, that she is younger because she's short. Right? She said in her 20s. I'm gonna hold on to that until Morgana herself tells him. I was an adult man inviting a minor to stay at my place. Oh, this better not be... Y'all, we could have went to sleep and just had, you know, a nice rest, knowing that she was in her 20s. And now, Jacopo's like, she cannot be in her 20s, and I, as an adult man, inviting a minor to stay at my place. Oh, I'm exhausted. I hope that he only thinks that she is a minor is because of her height. If anyone in this scenario was going to be spending quality time with the police, it was me. I'm glad you know. I'd clearly lost my goddamn mind though, because even in the face of that, I had no intention of rescinding my offer.
まさかバーではなく公園で女を持ち帰ることになるとは。それも女と呼ぶほどではない少女をな。
I refuse to believe it, y'all! I refuse to believe it until Morgana herself tells us. Very grey. In my apartment, the girl stood perfectly still, her gaze slowly crawling over the layout of my living room. Was she not used to seeing other people's homes? Or was it just that it was a man's abode?
あまりジロジロ見ないでくれ。人をあげることはほとんどなくてな。ろくに片付けていないんだ。
Where is the mess? Maybe in the kitchen there. I mean, he has cigarettes there, a cigarette package. I mean, I wouldn't call this a mess. He has a shirt there. This is not messy, but this, my mom would call this messy.
結構綺麗だと思いますけど。
へえ、まさか褒められるとは思わなかったな。年頃の少女にそう言われるなら及第点というところか。
Oh, please don't be any younger than 18. If y'all are gonna make this into a romantic scenario, please do not make her younger.
さっきから思っているんですけど、あまり子供扱いしないでください。
Hold on, we're about to find out.
ああ、そういや20歳だったか。そうかそうか。それでは大人の女として扱ってやらんとな。
昨日私に傘を渡した時、家が近くだとか言ってませんでしたっけ？
And she's like, well, you lied.
あ？なんだ突然。近くに違いはないだろう。タクシーで30分もかからん。
That is not close.
もっと公園のそばなんだと思ってました。そういうのは近所って言いません。大人の男っていうのは見えっ張りで大変ですね。タクシーに乗っている途中、どこかに拉致監禁されるのかと思いました。
Understandable.
そんなことするか。何度も言うが、私は不審者の類ではない。心配なら身元の証明だってしてやるぞ。
Yes, show it and let us take a photo. All of us sitting here.
運転免許証に ID カードに他にも見たい証明書があるなら何でも出せる。やましいところなどないからな。だから私は君を一時的に保護しただけだ。ほとぼりが冷めたら家にきちんと帰れ。いいな。それまではこの部屋を好きに使って構わん。
変な人。
ああ、人が親切にしているのに変とはなんだ。変とはだんまりか。まあいい。腹が減ってるだろ。適当なものしか作れんが何か用意してやる。ああ、その前に着替えか。ずいぶん濡れてしまっただろうし、そのままでは良くないな。ちょっと待ってろ。適当に見繕ってくる。
いえ、あまりお構いなく。
お構いなくって。さっきの勢いはどうしたんだ。 もっと厚かましくああだこうだ言うかと思ったんだがな。とにかく、タオルと着替えを持ってくるから、一旦そこのソファに座って。ん？なんか、君。
You're just gonna sound weird if you say that you kinda... She reminds you of someone.
何ですか？急に近づいてきて。
匂うな。一体何日風呂に入ってなかったんだ？部屋から妙な匂いがするとさっきから思っていたんだが、匂いの出所は部屋じゃない。君だ。
Awkward!
匂うって私が臭いってことですか？
そうだ、臭い。まるで洗っていない犬の匂いだ。ひどすぎる。
I mean, you've been outside in the rain.
そこにシャワー室があるから、とっとと赤を洗い落としてこい。服は洗濯機に突っ込んでおけ。
Why do I have a feeling that he just made this up?
まったく、20歳の女が野良犬みたいな匂いをまき散らすなんて、とんでもない話だな。あ？
地獄に落ちればいいのに。
地獄に落ちるようなことを言ったか。
A few minutes later, I heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. As off as the girl was, it seemed she at least knew how to use a shower. So she hadn't been raised by wolves in the forest. That was a relief. After checking to make sure the door to the shower area was properly closed, I went into the bathroom and put a freshly washed shirt and pair of pants in a basket by the sink. They probably wouldn't fit her, but I didn't keep any smaller clothes on hand, so she would just have to make do. It was honestly rather strange hearing sounds that weren't mine at home. While I told the girl I rarely had guessed, the truth was I never did. I was somewhat more social back before I moved to France, but I hadn't made any friends here close enough to invite over. An image of the woman I'd met at the bar today, Maria, flashed into my mind. Supposedly, it wasn't actually our first encounter, but I sincerely couldn't remember bumping into her before. At first, I had thought her merely loud and overbearing, but by the time we parted ways, I had grown quite comfortable with her. Once someone had left a bad impression on me, it was rare for it to ever improve, and certainly never that quickly. Perhaps I could invite her over sometime and we could chat over drinks again. That might be fun. We hadn't given each other our numbers though, and I doubted we'd accidentally run into each other for a third time, so maybe not. But for now, I needed to focus my attention on the girl. How long did girls her age usually spend in the shower? Unfortunately, I didn't have any sisters or younger cousins as I was growing up, so I had no idea what to expect. I just knew it felt like she was taking forever in there. Oh! I just knew! It felt like she was taking forever in there. You know what? Yes, because it's been a week. It's been a week. She's squeaky clean now. So I figured I should go ahead and make dinner in the meantime to take my mind off the waiting. Good idea.
これくらいか。トマトのストックが足りずにソースを加えてしまったのは難点だが。
You know what? His kitchen looks quite cozy. And look at that. He has spices and stuff. A lot of knives. It looks like he can actually make food. It's not just for show. Right, he still doesn't know her name.
味はそこそこだろう。さて、あとは湯を沸騰させて。おっ
Did you not give her, like, pants? Just a long shirt? He was taken aback.
君、いたのか。いるんだったらいると声をかければいいだろうが。
What is it? Don't be weird! Jacopo, don't be weird! Why is he like... Okay. Don't call the cops just yet.
この状態はいろいろとまずくないか。無防備にも程があるぞ。
I'm sorry, but weren't you the one who were supposed to give her clothes? Like, why didn't you give her pants? Did you think that a shirt would suffice?
おい、君。下に履くものも貸したはずだぞ。
Okay, he actually did set out pants for her. Okay.
入りませんでした。ウエストがブカブカで裾も長いし、歩いたらつまずきそうだったので、それならない方が楽だなと。
You know what? You do whatever you want.
しかしだな。それはなんというか。
Then do you have something else?
何か問題点が？丈はちょうどワンピースくらいで問題ないと思いますけど。
問題しかないだろう。年頃の娘が男の前でそんな無防備に足をさらして。
All I'm hearing is, Jacopo, that this is a you problem. This is a you problem. And don't just assume that she is a kid.
ああ、なるほど。つまりあなたは私の姿を見てよからぬ思いを抱いているのですね。不死だらですよ。とても醜いです。
Dang! Dang!
よからぬ思いなんか抱いていない。だがな、そんな姿をしていると何があっても文句は言えんぞ。
Excuse me? Y'all, it's never about the dress code. Jacopo, you might need to be arrested for other things as well. I'm keeping my eyes on you. Jacopo, Jacopo.
ええええ、そういう人が性犯罪に走るんですよ。
Exactly!
露出が多いからいけないと被害者に責任転嫁をして。
She clocked him so bad. She clocked him. Bam! Let's go, Morgana! Teach him some manners.
男性は適当な格好をしても許されるのに、女性には楽な格好をする資格もないのですか？
なんて口の回るガキだ。
And please continue, Morgana. He needs several lessons, it seems like. we're witnessing reincarnation Jacopo. I mean, he didn't really say anything about how they dressed in Requiem for Innocence, you know. But now he's acting a little bit prim and proper. Hi, Xenosaga! Oh, Legend of Dragoon! Oh, I love the Legend of Dragoon! No, this is just a visual novel. This is actually the sequel of Fata Morgana that we have already read. Okay, let's continue.
何を動揺している。所詮ガキの体なんぞ。ちょっとくらい見えたところで何の気も起きん。
She's not a kid. Let's hope so.
平常心だ。冷静になれ。そうだな。一理ある。それに、君の色気のない体なんかどうとも思わん。
Y'all, look at this guy. She rejects him, and then he's like, oh, well, you're not even attractive to me. Huh. Haven't we all heard this before?
全言撤回してやろう。存分にだらしない格好でもするがいい。君がパンイチでうろついたとしても動じないからな。
Yeah, sure.
うろつきましょうか。
We know that she says so just to say so.
やめろ。
冗談ですよ。さすがにパンツ1枚は低粛さに欠けます。
シャツ1枚は低粛だというのか。
ところで、さっきから何を作っているんですか？
I also want to know what he's making.
まあ、ミートソースのスパゲッティだ。まあ別に大したものじゃない。出来合いの適当なもんだ。
He's creating spaghetti because Italian? Wait, maybe Morgana should be like, the next day, she's gonna be like, I'm also gonna do spaghetti. And then just be like, breaking the spaghettis. I think that's gonna hurt him way more than words.
出来合いのソースっていうのは、わざわざ玉ねぎを刻んで、わざわざお肉を焼いて、わざわざトマトを潰すものなんですね。初耳だわ。
3回もわざわざって言うな。この程度は出来合いのソースみたいなもんだろう。
He really wants to say that he didn't put any efforts in this.
しかし、やはりその服ではブカブカだ。君の服が乾いたらすぐに着替えるといい。
Did he also have a dryer?
いいかね。断じて妙な意味で言っているのではなく、単純にブカブカな状態では心地悪かろうと思って言ってみただけだからな。
Whatever you say, Jacopo.
はあ、そうですか。だったら、女性用の服は持ってないんですか？
She also said it. Whatever you say.
あなた、イタリア人なんでしょ？
Wait, why does she assume... Wait, does she assume that he has women's clothing? And then you're Italian, are you not? Where are you getting at, Morgana? Maybe she thinks he's like a player or something. Like, of course, there would have been women here who left clothing.
あ？
だったら、特定の恋人がいなくとも、すぐに女性を連れ込めるよう、 服の1着や2着用意しているものだと思っていました。
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know what? Valid, because that's also what I was thinking. Or he could have also been a cross player.
おい君、イタリア人が全てたらしだと思うな。
モテないんですか？
なんでそうなる？そもそもなんで私がイタリア人だとすぐに分かった？
I wonder how she knew. Maybe he had something in the kitchen? We were both speaking French, and I hadn't used any other language in many months. The majority of people in these parts were some form of Latin European. It wouldn't be easy to pinpoint someone's nationality by their appearance. Did I have an accent then? I felt like my pronunciation was fairly standard, but maybe I wasn't the best judge of that. She cocked her head to the side, seemingly unsure how to answer, which likely meant it wasn't something as obvious as an accent.
そういえば、どうしてかしら。なぜかあなたがイタリア系の人だと信じて疑いませんでした。不思議ね。
Her past self knew, that's why.
まあ、そういうこともあるかもしれんな。確かに私の出身はイタリアだ。シチリア島はわかるかね？
Oh, I wanna go there. She nodded.
そこが生まれ故郷だが、過ごしたのは幼少期だけだ。あとはイタリアの各地を転々として、仕事の都合で今はここにいる。
帰ろうとは思わないんですか？
シチリアか？思わんな。何もないところだ。いい思い出も特にない。親族の集まりも好きではないからな。
She fell silent for a minute. Muttered "I see" under her breath, and then didn't pursue it any further. Which, honestly, I was grateful for. I didn't particularly enjoy talking about my family. Evidently, some generations back, our ancestors had ties to the mafia. Oh, here too. And that reputation still came with the name today. As a child, the other kids tended to keep their distance, hence no fond memories of that period. We lived in mostly rural areas, so rumors spread quickly and mercilessly. This in turn led to difficulty at school, trouble graduating, and even became an obstacle finding work. It was like every little thing I did was being monitored everywhere I went. Oh, that sounds horrible. I could feel their stares, see them waiting to pounce at any slip-up. It was suffocating. And when I did screw something up, it was all living up to your family's name, I see, from every direction. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Like, he can't just be his individual self. They're always gonna see him as his family. He's always gonna be like their shadow. I had no prospects in that country. They would make damn sure of that. So I left as quickly as I could manage. I'd expected the girl to say something snippy in response, but she stayed uncharacteristically quiet. It felt wrong not hearing anything sarcastic coming from her.
まあ、それはともかくだ。飯の準備もすぐできる。向こうで座って待っていろ。テレビもあるから、 好きな番組でも見ていたまえ。
I wonder what they would like to watch. Like, what does Jacopo like to watch? What does Morgana like to watch? And also, why hasn't he asked for her name yet? She gave a curt nod, then trotted out into the living room.
素直に動かれるとどうにも調子が狂うな。おい、できたぞ。って何をしているんだ？
Maybe she's playing. Didn't he have... He has a PS4 there, right? That's a PS4 with 2 controllers. Do y'all see it? I wonder what kind of games he has. When I stepped out into the living room with 2 plates of fresh spaghetti, I was greeted with the girl staring at the remote, still as a statue. What? After frowning at it for a while, she turned her head up to face me. Wait, she doesn't know how to turn on a TV? In this day?
テレビを見ていろと言ったので見ようと思ったのですが、リモコンの使い方がわかりません。ボ
Maybe
タン
she's
を押して
just...
も真っ黒。
Maybe she's not used to that model of TV. Is that it? But remote controls usually look the same. Like they usually use the same icons for this very purpose. What on earth was she talking about? She didn't know how to use the remote? She couldn't be serious.
ああ、そうか。家にテレビがないのか。最近はそういう家庭も多いかもしれんな。スマートフォンや PC で足りてしまう時代だ。
携帯電話もパソコンも持っていません。
It's almost like she just got transported from the past to the future with all her memories like in check. She's just placed here. Because how does she not know how to maneuver a remote? She doesn't have a computer or a phone either. Maybe she just doesn't like technology.
君は一体どういう生活を送っているんだ？今は21世紀だぞ。老人か？それともユダヤ人の超正統派か？
Are you secretly an old woman? We wish she was older than him. ああ。
スマホもなしにどうやってスケジュール管理をし、どうやって料金を取り、どうやって映画のチケットを買うんだ？
Okay, I need to know this.
失礼ね。手帳でスケジュールを管理しますし、券売機で旅券を買いますし、窓口で映画のチケットを買います。
She's just not very digital, and that is okay.
あなたが携帯電話に踊らされているのでは？
100歩譲って確かに生活は遅れるとしよう。だがな、できることも減るし、娯楽の幅も狭まるぞ。
That's true. And some countries will definitely be more difficult without a phone. For example, like Sweden, very digital.
今は現代機器ありきで街が作られているのだからな。ある程度時代に合わせなければ享受できるサービスも受けられん。
You kinda have to keep up.
理屈っぽい人ですね。そういう割には楽しい生活を送っているようには見えませんけれど。
この小娘。ねえ、とにかくリモコンを貸せ。いいか？この赤いボタンが電源だ。そして 数字を押してチャンネルを合わせる。ほらついた。たったこれだけではないか。どうしてテレビもまともにつけられるのだ。
Maybe she thought the red button was a bad button. Like, maybe she thought that it would detonate something.
だってボタンが多すぎる。たったそれだけでテレビがつくのに、どうして他にもたくさんボタンがあるんですか？
そりゃあ君、メニューを開いて録画予約をしたり、今後の配信スケジュールを見たり、ネットにつないだり。
やれることが多すぎるわ。もっと単純でいいのに。
You know what? She has a point, actually.
だったら、君の家には録画も何もできない一部のチャンネルしか見られんようなシンプルなテレビを置くべきだな。
And you don't even need all the channels. Like, most of them aren't watchable anyway.
置けないわよ。
ん？なんで？
She about to drop lore. I stopped myself before finishing the question, though. I was talking to her like I would an adult, even though she was still a child, who unconvincingly insisted she was in her 20s. And you know what? If she says so, then believe her. We don't want to believe that she's a child either, so Jacopo, don't push this. I mean, I would get kinda upset if someone would be talking to me like I was a kid. It wasn't safe to assume she didn't have these things by choice. That she didn't own a phone or a computer because she didn't want one. Her parents' shadows hovered behind her. They were complete unknowns in this equation. But if her parents wouldn't let her have these things, that was that. A fact that had slipped my mind until just now.
おい、君の家族は。
テレビってうるさいですね。いろんな人がたくさん喋っていて居心地が悪いわ。
Valid? Did she just change the subject on me? In fact, she did. Well, if she didn't want to talk about it, then it would be best not to push the issue. However, I was fairly certain that was where I would find the answer to why she had been sleeping all alone in a park in the rain. The question was whether I would actually involve myself enough to get that out of her. A question I didn't want to consider right now.
そうか。ならチャンネルを変えよう。音楽だけを流す番組もあるぞ。ラジオみたいなもんだ。それならよかろう。
I switched it over to a music channel. A woman with a high-pitched voice was singing to poppy music. I'd never heard of her before. Morgana can sing! The song was rather grating, I thought, but it seemed like something a girl her age would be fond of.
この人の声もあまり好きじゃありません。そうね。クラシックがいい。それにしてください。
I couldn't have been further off the mark. I knew next to nothing about her, but it looked like I wasn't going to get anywhere applying my ideas of what a normal teenage girl was like to her. You know what? You might be wrong in so many different areas as well, Jacopo. You're just assuming so much about her.
何笑っているの？
いや、別に。クラシックか。悪い選択ではないな。ジャズの次に私も好きだ。
そう。てっきり文句を言うのかと思いました。
おい、私はそこまで強量な男に見えるか？ だいたい文句を言うのは君の方だろうに。まあそれはともかくだ。
Only one whining?
話がそれてしまった。飯ができたぞ。少し冷めてしまったな。レンジで温めるか。電子レンジはわかるかね。
Does she? Does she know what a microwave is?
それくらいわかります。バカにしないで。
It was a genuine question. I still didn't have a solid grasp on what she did and didn't understand yet. Valid. She sat down at the table and stared intently at her plate of spaghetti. Surely she actually knew how to eat it, didn't she? I gestured with my chin for her to start eating, and she slowly reached down to pick up her fork, like she was afraid it would bite her or something. Watching her felt like I had taken in a stray cat. Did that mean I was now trying to win her trust with food? That was one hell of an image. Once she finally got the first bite down, I started in on my own. It wasn't cold yet, but it was a step above lukewarm, and the noodles were harder than al dente, far from ideal. And it tasted, well, barely average. So he has all of those spices and everything to make good food, but he's just not a good cook. Like me. If I'd had the proper ingredients, I could have made a meal befitting of the music, but alas. I really should have stopped by the store on my way back.
おいおい、家出娘相手にフルコースでも作ってやるつもりか。出来合い程度のものでいいと思っていたはずなのに、どうかしている。それに、どうせ何を作ったところで、こいつは感謝なんてしないだろう。
Can he stop calling her kid?
おいしい。
She likes it. Maybe he just has very high standards when it comes to food.
そうか。
She looks genuinely surprised.
何ですかその驚いた顔は。
いや、素直に褒められるとは思わなかったからな。だがあれだぞ。この程度が全力ではないからな。もっとちゃんとしたものも作れるんだ。私は食材にも調味料にも本来こだわるたちだからな。
そう。でも十分美味しいと思います。
そうかね。そいつはどう？おい、どうして私が礼を言っているんだ。まったく。考えてみたら、人に飯を作るのは久しぶりだ。こうして人と食うこと自体も久しいがな。
そうですか。もったいないですね。でも私も同じ。誰かとご飯を食べるのは久しぶり。
Comments like that made me want to ask about her home situation, but I swallowed my words along with a mouthful of spaghetti. What she did say was enough to infer that things weren't especially pleasant for her there. Although all I could do was guess about exactly how bad it was. After that, we ate our dinners in silence. It was an oddly comfortable, relaxing kind of quiet, made especially curious considering the circumstances. I was sharing it with a teenage runaway while classical music played in the background. Yet somehow, I felt a sort of déjà vu. I knew for a fact I'd never met the child before, and I knew for a fact I'd never been in this situation before. But still, I knew it from somewhere far, unimaginably far in the past. The girl's mercilessly sharp tongue, as well her tendency to turn meek and considerate at the drop of a hat. But above all, the countless times like this we'd shared. After we finished eating, I went to take a quick shower, and by the time I was out, it had gotten rather late. The girl was sitting on the couch, eyes locked on the TV, which was still playing classical music. It was a shame the channel only broadcast nature photographs to accompany the music. Footage of an orchestra performing the piece would really round out the experience. I still think she thinks that this is pleasant. But as a simple slideshow, it was more something you put on in the background, not sat on the couch and watched.
本を読むのでも、チャンネルを変えるのでも、映画を見るのでも、好きにしていいと言っただろうが。
Did he just... Y'all... Isn't this the same clothes? Does he only have this? It's just his tie is undone. Like he must have... I mean... Boy, you showered. You should be wearing clean clothes. But maybe he has, you know, this kind of suit. And just, you know... in 20 copies.
好きにした結果がこれです。本や映画を見る必要があれば、そう命令すればいいじゃないですか。
違う。私は命令がしたいわけじゃない。ったく、人の親切を何だと思ってやがる。まあ、君がこれでいいって言うなら別に構わん。さて、そろそろ寝た方がいい時間だろう。向こうの寝室を好きに使え。安心しろ。私はこっちのソファーで寝る。なんだね。何か言いたげじゃないか。
てっきり襲うのかと思っていました。
That would have been even stranger, considering that he doesn't even believe her when it comes to her age.
バカ者！誰がそんなことをするか。
私をそういう目的で連れ込んだのだと。そうでなければ、世話を焼かれる理由も見当たりません。
I mean, I get her. Like, genuinely kind people don't expect anything from you.
あのな、最初に言ったように、これは一時的な保護だ。だいたい、さっきも言っただろう。君みたいな子供に妙な気を起こすか。
I'm glad, Jacopo.
そうですか。
She let out a barely audible sigh of relief, not even bothering to object to my calling her a child. So did that mean she'd just been sitting there because she was too scared to bring herself to do anything else? If that was the case, I could only imagine how rough it must have been waiting for me to get out of the shower. Or maybe I could if I were a goddamn pushover.
怯えるくらいなら公園で夜を明かそうとするな。簡単に男の家についてくるんじゃない。無防備な格好もやめろ。
Okay, Jacopo, but chill.
やっていることと矛盾していると思わんのか。もう少し自分を大切にしろ。
家に来いって言ったのはあなたじゃないですか。それに別に怯えてない。
あのまま公園に残り続けたら本当に危険な目に遭っていたかもしれんのだぞ。
Yeah, I wouldn't say sleeping in a park is safe.
むしろ無事でいたのが奇跡としか思えん。あんなに匂うくらいだ。ずいぶん長いことフラフラしていたんだろう。一体どれくらい家出をしていたんだ？あ？
怒鳴らないで。外にいたのは1週間くらいよ。
Still, it's a week.
まったく運が良かったとしか。女が一人で1週間も。
I mean, a lot can happen during a week.
いや、本当に無事だったのか？妙なやつに何かされたりしなかったか？
Why, you gonna find them and beat them up?
触ってくるような人はいました。
なんだと？それで大丈夫だったのか？
袖をまくって腕を見せたら逃げていきました。
Wait. Showed her arm? Okay. She does have 2 regular arms, but something... Is it the skin? Did it follow her into the reincarnation, maybe?
は？腕を？なんだそれは。一体どういう意味なんだ？
こういうこと。
The girl quietly brought her hand up to the buttons on her shirt, undoing the top and then the next. Before I could get a word out, she turned around and dropped the shirt around her shoulders. She still has them! Her back was covered in hideous markings. I felt like I was going to gag at the sight of it. Why does she still have this? Now I really feel like she was just dropped into this era. Like for real. The markings looked like something between burn scars, endlessly crisscrossing lacerations, and something you might see on someone with a rare disease. I had never seen anything quite like it before.
これを見たら大抵の人は逃げ出します。私に触れて天津さえおぞましい行為に及ぼうとする人なんていない。その人も私が悪い病気にかかっているのだと思って足早に去りました。移されるのが怖かったのよ。
Well, in that situation, a blessing.
だから矛盾はしていないわ。無防備を晒したところで問題は起きないと分かっていましたから。ほら、あなただって怯えている。
No, no, I wasn't scared. I had just lost my voice. My chest was so tight I could barely breathe. It felt almost like I had forgotten how to entirely. Or I was sinking deeper and deeper into a mire. What the hell was going on? Why was this happening? Sure, the scars were grotesque and extremely unpleasant to look at. But this feeling was not rooted in either fear or disgust. It was... God, what was it? Maybe that he feels like he wants to help her?
その傷はお前では治せなかったものだ。それだけじゃない。 お前の行いが彼女の魂を傷つけ、そして今でも決して癒えることのない傷を残したんだ。
His past self is literally talking to him. The next thing I realized, I was on my knees, my breathing rough and my hand clenched before my heart. What the hell was that? There was a voice condemning me, reminding me of my mistakes, accompanied by a crushing torrent of emotions.
そんなに気持ち悪かったんですか？勝手に見せてしまって悪かったわ。
That's not it. But I knew she would think this way.
違う。そういうことじゃない。君の傷はちっとも気持ち悪いものじゃない。むしろそれは私が傷つけてしまったもので。
She's either gonna be like, huh? Or ...
何を言っているんですか？あなたと会ったのは昨日じゃないですか。この傷はあなたと関係ありません。
I wonder, was she born with these? Like the scars never left her, even when she reincarnated.
誰かにつけられたものではなく、生まれつきなんです。病気でもなく、昔からずっとあるもの。
She had him her whole life.
昔からずっと。
Even in this lifetime, she still has them.
ねえ、本当に大丈夫ですか？もし私の醜い肌があなたの悪い思い出を呼び起こしてしまったのなら。
She genuinely worried.
謝るわ。ごめんなさい。
No. Oh my god, sweet baby angel, don't worry.
何を謝る？君らしくもない。
That's not like you. As if he knows her so well.
私らしくないって。会ったばかりなのに、私の何がわかるって言うんですか？わけがわからない。
そうだな。まったく、その通りだ。妙なやつだよ、私は。おかしなことを言って悪かった。君の言う通り、私は無関係だ。だが、改めて言うが、君の悪いものではない。だから、自分の体を悪く言うのはよせ。よしてくれ。頼むから。
She fell silent for a few moments, as though in thought, then gave a soft nod, to which I responded with an equally soft chuckle. The tightness in my chest remained entirely unrelieved, though. Had I honestly done nothing to cause those scars?
夢で君みたいな傷を持つ少女と出会ったことがあるんだ。そしてその少女を私は。
Oh, so she has shown up in his dreams.
その続きが思い出せない。だが、こんな話をしてどうする？夢で君と会ったかもしれないなんて。頭がおかしいとしか思えん。それこそ、こいつを怖がらせるだけだ。問題は起きないと君は言ったが、世の中には女だったらどんな相手でもいいと思うやつもいるんだ。用心に越したことはないだろう。
He's absolutely right. Absolutely right. There are horrible people.
そうかもしれないわね。認めるわ。多少は自暴自棄になっていたんだと思います。これからはもう少し気をつけるようにします。
そうだな。そうしてくれるとこっちもほっとする。とにかく今日はもう寝ろ。夜中に喉が渇いたら冷蔵庫の中のものを好きに飲んでいい。それから君に勝手に触るような真似もしないから安心していい。君の許可なく触れたりはしない。
わかりました。それじゃあおやすみなさい。
ああ。なあ君。
何です？まだ何かあるんですか？
いや、ただ私は君を傷つけないからな。
It's like he's trying to check with the future. Like, I'm not gonna do anything, am I? But he doesn't know. But he still worries.
本当に変な人ですね。もうそんな心配はしていません。なんだかよくわからないけれど、あなたは他の人と違うみたいだから。
そうか。そうだな。じゃあおやすみ。
The girl gave a little nod and then trotted off into the bedroom and out of sight. What on earth had possessed me to say that? Obviously I wasn't going to do anything to her, but I still felt deep down that I had to tell her. Although I chickened out and not said it the right way.
君をもう二度とは傷つけない。
Yeah, you better not! Whoa, he has a lot of... Are those magazines? This does have a Jacopo feel to it. Look at that sofa! That little corner sofa. It looks like it's belted. I've never seen that kind of design before. Seems like he was writing something. I was standing in a large room. It was more space than I knew what to do with, even with the huge bed sitting at the far wall. Like the rest of the house, the room smelled of cigarettes. Normally I couldn't stand the smell, but it didn't bother me as much here, for whatever reason. I'd never stayed at anyone else's house before, and it wasn't like I'd been planning to change that anytime soon. Despite the man's accusation that I just casually followed him home, I want to send him away when he told me to come with him. I wasn't stupid. You'd have to be crazy to follow a complete stranger and an older man at that home. So why had I come with him? I couldn't explain it myself. Was it just me not caring about my own well-being? Was there really nothing else to it? Something told me that wasn't the case, that something else had pushed me to agreeing. It didn't make any sense. He was an angry, mean, bitter man. There was nothing at all likable about him. At most, he did seem like he would always be honest with me. Finally able to relax, I realized I was incredibly tired. I barely even had the energy left to think. It was probably time to sleep.
落ち着く香りね。
Are we dreaming?
じゃあ今日は何をするのかあなたが決めて。歌？いいけど。なんで笑っているのよ。私が素直にうなずいたのがおかしい？やっぱり歌わない。そんな顔をしてもダメです。歌わないと決めたら歌わないんです。一人ではね。そうよ。あなたも歌うんです。楽器もどこかから借りてきてください。嫌とは言わせないわ。一応聞いておきたいんですけど、穏便に借りてきたんですよね。前のお祭りみたいなことをしてたら困りますから。だってこの土地で暮らすのでしょ。皆さんとは仲良くやらないとダメです。そう、それならよかった。今度機会があったら借りるのではなくてあなたの楽器を手に入れて、その方がいいでしょう。行商人が訪れた時に楽器があったら買ってください。どんな粗末なものでも構わないわ。音が出ればそれでいいのだから。もしも音が外れていたらあなたが直して。あなたの手ならできるでしょう。
Did she dream it? That night, I had a strange dream. Fields of wheat, a lute, our homeland. I'd never seen a field like that before, at least not outside of photos. That said, it felt as though it had been forever since I'd slept soundly enough to dream. I almost want to go back to sleep, even though it was already morning. Maybe I would be able to see more of the dream if I did. It was bizarre. Something felt familiar about the field, though I was positive I had never been there in my life. It was an incredibly warm, happy dream, but somehow also deeply sad. And who was that in the dream with me? I'd gotten dressed, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and made breakfast. It was about time to head out to work. I assumed she would have been up by now, but the girl had yet to emerge from my room.
置き手紙でも残して先に仕事に出ちまえばいいだけの話だろうが、なんでわざわざあいつを待っているんだ、私は。いや、しかし、朝起きて誰もいないというのも、それはそれで困るかもしれんし。
A little bit awkward.
かといって、勝手に寝室に入るのもな。万が一、着替えの最中だったらどうする？
I don't know, maybe try knocking. Knock knock. Can I come in?
何を悶々と考えているのだ。だいたいここは私の家だぞ。自分の寝室に入って何が悪い。そもそもあの娘が寝すぎなのがいかん。
But please do knock, even if it is your apartment and your room.
よし、そうと決まれば叩き起こしに行くぞ。 おい、私だ。
Ah,
入るぞ。いいか？断じて変な気は起こしていないからな。ただこのままだと朝飯が冷えてまずくなると思う。
部屋の前で何をしているんですか？
was he saying all of that in front of the door?
急に出てくるな。全く気配を感じなかったぞ。君は亡霊か何かか？
Jacopo, can you please stop calling her a child?
失礼ですね。ちゃんと両足がついているでしょ？
うん、まあそうだな。それはともかく、君、案外と寝ぼすけなのだな。ああ、いや、責めているわけではないぞ。つまり、よく眠れたようで何よりだ。寝心地は悪くなかったかね。
なんだか変な感じでした。
I don't think she's gonna tell him about the dream.
変？何かまずいところがあったか？
She did say that she liked the smell. Maybe it's like the detergent?
洗っていない犬のような匂いがしました。
She served him this one as well. Okay. Well, he said this to her. But I mean, she was out there for a week, so...
は？待て、シーツはきちんと洗っていたはずだぞ。それとも、まさか、私の匂いがきついとでも。
今のは昨日の仕返し。
根に持っていたのか。しかし今笑ったな。昨日とは少し印象が違うな。気のせいかもしれんが。
何ですか？じろじろと人の顔を見て。
いや、なんでもない。早く朝飯を食うぞ。そろそろ仕事に出なければならんのだ。
土曜日なのに仕事ができない人なんですか？
逆だ逆。他の奴らが仕事をせんから人の3倍はこなしているだけの話だ。
That sounds tough. That sounds really tough. Doing 3 times as much work as everyone else because they're all incompetent. Jacopo, maybe you are doing too much. I mean, you shouldn't live for work. And how much more do you get paid? Is it even worth it? If this is like a one-time thing, once in a while, that's like okay, especially if it also helps you in not getting stressed out. But if this is like continuously, he's gonna get burnt out.
そうですか。学校の場合は成績が悪いと居残りをさせられるので、てっきりダメな人なのだと。
朝っぱらからよくもまあ皮肉を言うもんだ。さて、私はもう行くぞ。君は、好きにしていろ。帰りたければ帰れ。まだここにいたければいろ。
てっきり追い出すのかと思っていました。
追い出してまた公園に居座られる方が厄介だからな。
ねえ、こういう時って行ってらっしゃいとか言った方がいいのですか？
まあ、なんだ。言いたければ言えばよかろう。勝手にしたまえ。
He's like, wait, that actually, maybe, yes, can you do that?
わかりました。 じゃあせっかくですので言っておきます。もう帰ってこなくていいですよ。
Never come back to his own apartment? Are you wishing death upon him? I mean, I would understand why.
おい、なんでそうなるんだ。
あなたが帰ってこない方がこの家を独り占めできますからね。
But girl, that means you have to be the one paying the bills. You haven't even told us what you work with, if you work. Are you gonna be able to?
どこからそのふてぶてしい発想が出てくるんだ。昨日はまだもう少ししおらしかった気がするぞ。
She's getting more comfortable.
やれやれ。じゃあな、行ってくる。
ええ、さようなら。
Oh, this looks nice. It was a bright sunny morning, not a trace of the bleak rain from the night before. I hadn't paid much mind to the outside in recent months, but it was almost shockingly nice out today. A slightly dewy morning breeze tickled my cheeks. The leaves on the trees along the road were so intensely green they seemed otherworldly. Going straight to the office would make this into just another day, so I took a seat on a set of stairs on the way to the bus stop and had a smoke. Watching the silver strands dance up into the blue sky, my mind once again drifted to the girl. I'd said she could stay if she wanted, but how long could I really keep her in my care? If I wanted to do what was best for her, well, there were organizations much better equipped to deal with her situation than a single man. I shouldn't be letting her get comfortable. When I took her in, I assumed her reason for running away was something trivial, like a spat with her parents. But considering how utterly clueless she seemed about even the simplest things last night, I was beginning to suspect her situation was more complicated than I'd first imagined. Was hers a broken home, or was there something even worse going on? And unless I wanted to risk making things worse, I couldn't offer her any advice without more information. So the smart thing to do was to sit back and see how things played out. It probably wouldn't be fun for me either, if her parents found out about this. I could very well end up in jail. Which meant it really wasn't all that smart after all, huh? I had to wonder, would I be doing the same for anyone, not just her? Probably not, no. I couldn't say why, but I suspected the only reason I was bothering at all was because of who she was. I wanted to do what I could do to help her. It made no sense either. I couldn't make a damn cent off helping her. She was just an obnoxious child, not even fit for work.
そういえば、まだあいつの名前を聞いていなかったな。
And now you think about that. Slipping out of thought, I realized I was at the end of my third cigarette. So much for a smoke. The sky was still immensely clear, the air sweet and fresh, and the morning beautiful.
なんだかバカらしくなってきたな。わざわざこんな日に出勤するほど大事な仕事か。やめだやめ。今日は休むぞ。
Okay, if you can do that, let's go. Maybe she won't open the door now. I turned around, made my way back home, and found the girl in the living room. Evidently startled by the sound of the door opening, she'd hidden herself behind a column and was peeking out at me. She looked so much like a cat on high alert that I couldn't hold back a chuckle. I mean, of course! She thought she would be alone! Seeing it was me at the door, the girl stepped out of the shadows and gave me a fierce glare.
あなたの仕事って1時間足らずで終わるものなんですか？
So displeased.
有能なものでな。30分もあれば1日の仕事が片付くのだ。まあ冗談だが、今日は中止にした。
そんな簡単に中止してしまえるものなんですか？
もともと出世と給料のために休日を犠牲にしていたものを普通の状態に戻しただけの話だ。まあ向こうは私が働くのを当てにしているだろうから、休日明けは面倒なことになるかもしれんがな。
それで普通の状態に戻して何をするつもり？
そりゃそうだな。ああ、散歩にでも行くかね。
私と？
言っておくがな、休日を取っているのは君のことを気にしているからではない。単純にこんないい天気に仕事に向かうのがバカらしくなっただけだ。
Well, he did say that it was a nice day.
だから散歩に誘ってみたのもついででしかない。買い出しの用事もあるしな。だが部屋にこもって不健康な過ごし方をするより少し歩いた方がいいだろう。
Agreed.
君はあんまり日に当たっていなさそうな病弱そうな顔をしているからな。肌も随分と生っ白い。
日光なら公園にいた時に嫌というほど浴びましたし、色が白いのは生まれつきです。散歩がしたいなら勝手にすればいいでしょ。
そう言うだろうと思ったよ。わかった。じゃまた後でな。
行かないとは言ってないわ。
あ？今何か言ったか？
勝手にすればいいと言いましたが、一人で行けとは言っていません。買い出しもするんでしょ。荷物を持つくらい手伝います。何よその目。
いいや、素直じゃないやつだなと思っただけだ。手伝いますか？そうかそうか。
That's so Morgana. Also, are you gonna ask for her name or not?
何なのよ。あなただって全然素直じゃないくせに。言っておきますけれど、昨日のお礼に買い出しを手伝うだけですから、あなたと一緒に散歩がしたいわけじゃないんです。
わかったわかった。そういうことにしておこう。じゃあ行くか。
やっぱり行くって言わなければよかった。
She already regrets it. I couldn't remember the last time I'd walked with someone for something other than work. My natural walking speed was a good deal faster than hers, so if I wasn't careful, I was likely to end up leaving her behind. I had to make an effort to reduce my pace to match hers, which turned out to be much more difficult than I would have imagined. But curiously, it wasn't an aggravating kind of difficulty. It was an entirely new experience, and kind of enjoyable for it. Christ, my whole world seemed to be flipped on its head.
そういや聞きそびれていたが、君の家もパリにあるのか？
Did he already forget? Did he already forget to ask about her name?
ここじゃありません。もうちょっと南の方。
漠然とした答えだな。まあいい。 突っ込んだ話は聞くまい。つまりパリには不慣れというわけだな。なら適当に案内でもしてやろう。
Despite her insistence, she was only going to help me with my shopping. The girl made no objections to the detour. First, I took her to the Champs Elysees. I do not know how to pronounce that. I butchered it. One of 12 avenues that meet at the Arc de Triomphe, perhaps the most recognizable monument in all of Paris. The Arc, constructed in the neoclassical style, sits at the center of the Place Charles de Gaulle, formerly known as the Place de l'Étoile. Y'all, my French pronunciation is so bad. I'm butchering everything. As we approach the Arc, its full, proper name, the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile, I decided to tell her a bit about its history. Oh my gosh, that was so bad. Y'all, I'm so sorry, guys. The monument was commissioned by Napoleon to commemorate his victory in the Battle of Austerlitz, which took place not far from a town known as Slavkov u Barna in the Czech Republic. However, its construction was a rather troubled process, and he did not end up living long enough to see it completed. After a few minutes, I realized I was just rattling off unimportant trivia and probably boring the girl to death. But much to my surprise, she was listening quite intently. She seemed, against all odds, to have actually been enjoying our sudden sightseeing tour. But when I asked if she wanted to climb the Arc, she gave me a disapproving glare and muttered, "I prefer quiet places." That made things quite difficult, as Paris was always teeming with tourists. Our options were to either head somewhere on the outskirts of the city, or find a small park, tucked away somewhere tourists were unlikely to stumble on. Maybe that was why she had chosen that park to stay in. So instead of going anywhere in particular, we just wandered around the city a bit, stopping by to look at a few of the churches we passed.
"しかし君は本当に喋らんやつだな。パリみたいな観光地でムスッとした顔でだんまり決め込んでいる娘なんて君くらいだぞ。
Wow, it's so flowery. I like this. Morgana really fits with the flowers.
よく喋るような人と歩きたかったら、そもそも私を誘わなければいいでしょ。あなただって口を開けば文句ばかりのくせに。
今のは文句ではない。軽く意見を言ってやっただけだ。
ああ、そう。軽くね。それで次はどうするんですか？
Their conversations is so funny.
そうだな。どこか行きたいところはあるかね。今なら聞いてやらんこともないぞ。
またそうやって偉そうに言う。行きたいところはよくわかりません。静かなところならどこでもいいです。
さっきからそう言うがな。静かな観光地なんて思い当たらん。歴史的建造物の周りにはだいたい自撮りでピースしている連中がわらわらいるもんだ。
Y'all, he's so bitter. Jacopo, have a little fun in life. I think that's what you're missing out on. Just seeing everyone else enjoying life, being happy, and he has to overwork his ass. Of course he's bitter. But you can change that!
別に観光地じゃなくても私は観光したいわけじゃありませんから。
なら何がしたいんだ？具体的なことじゃなくていい。とりあえず行ってみてくれんか？
別に何も。そもそも今だってあなたが勝手に私を連れて歩いているだけじゃないですか。
な、そういう言い方はないだろう。こっちはこれでも気を使ってやってんだ。
Well, did you start it off with asking her?
せっかく休日を使って街を案内してやってるのに、ちょっと楽しい顔でもしてみせろ。まったく可愛げのない。
Y'all, this dynamic is so funny.
それはあなたの押し付けでしょ。私が頼んだのならまだしも観光がしたいなんて一言も言っていないわ。
ああ、そうだったな。全部こっちが勝手にやって君を振り回しただけだ。悪かったな。こう言えば満足か。くそ。そんな顔するな。怒りたかったわけじゃない。私はただ君が楽しんでいたらいいと思って。いやー、なんでもない。今のは気にするな。やれやれ。こんなものはさっさと切り上げて、もう帰るか。
Maybe they're both just overstimulated.
だいたい、こんな気を回すこと自体、私らしくなかったのだ。なんだ。さっきから何か言いたげだな。文句があるなら言えばよかろう。
いいえ、別に何も。ただその
She's hungry. At first I was like, is that my stomach?
驚いたな。腹の虫が鳴いたぞ。
笑わないでください。私だって鳴らしたくて鳴らしたわけじゃ。それ。
わかったわかった。そうだな。普段はそういうキャラじゃないのだろう。考えてみれば昼時だ。こっちの気が回らなかったな。そりゃ腹が減ったら行きたい場所を考えるどころじゃないな。よし、待ってろ。どこかうまいイタリアンレストランを予約して。
レストランとかそういうのはいいです。あんまり大げさにしないで。
大げさにって。だったらどこで飯を食えばいいって言うんだ？まさか金の心配でもしているのか？子供がそんなことを気にするな。
だから私子供じゃ。
ああ、そうだったな。20歳の大人だったか。だとしたら余計にだ。飯をおごられるのも大人の女のマナーだ。わかったか？
Just let him. You can take the meal the other day.
でもさっきは帰るって言っていたのに。
腹が鳴るくらい空腹なら今すぐ店に入った方がいいだろう。材料を買って帰宅して料理をして、そんなことをしていたら君が餓死する。
しません。もうわかりました。ついていきます。怒ったり笑ったり忙しい人なんだから。でも本当に小さなお店でいいんです。人がたくさんいるようなレストランは好きじゃないから。
And it will be cozier as well. And not too loud.
まあそういうなら構わんがな。君はやっぱりどこか変わっているな。 しかし小さな店といってもなかなか。ん？
The cafe? Right as I was about to say we wouldn't find something without a bit of looking, I caught sight of a sign in a little alleyway. It was a cafe so far out of the way as to be nigh unnoticeable. Perhaps they simply couldn't secure a better location. Paris was a war ground after all. I'm gonna get some water. It was going to be near impossible for them to draw in customers, and for that reason, exactly the kind of place the girl was looking for. After asking if she wanted to check it out, we turned into the quiet alleyway. On the sign outside the cafe was a handwritten lunch menu. Nothing about it drew the eye at all. I wonder if they even wanted to attract customers. Through the window, I could see a single waitress sitting with her elbow on the counter and her chin resting in her hand. The lighting was poor and the decor several decades outdated, and not in a classy vintage way, but poor anachronistic taste. And above all, it was barren, at lunch on a weekend, when it should be at its busiest. Frankly, on my own, I would never have given the place a second look. Clearly, something must have been wrong with it for no one to be there. Perhaps the food was dreadful in addition to the poor aesthetic sense, or maybe the coffee was undrinkable sludge. Or maybe, the place is just so off the main road that people don't really go here. I was getting ready to turn around and look for somewhere else when...
ここにしましょう。人もいないですし、静かで良さそうなところです。
And then she marched straight into the cafe, paying me no heed. Yay, Maria is here! The waitress sounded like she would rather be anywhere but here. Hardly an attitude befitting someone of the food service industry.
おい待て。今からでも遅くないぞ。こんなしけた店はやめて、人間の食うもんを出しそうな店に変えた方が。
はあ？ちょっと、いくら客だからって店に入ってそういう言い方はないんじゃないのって。はあ？
She realized that he was from the bar.
あんた、昨日のやつじゃんか。
Oh, I shouldn't even be surprised. This is how Maria talks. The waitress stepped out from behind the counter, slack-jawed. I imagined I was making a similarly ridiculous face. It was the woman I had shared drinks with last night.
まさか君の職場というのはここだったのか。
いやー、すっごい偶然。3度目早々に来ちゃったね。あれってかさ、あんた今日は仕事っつってなかった？あ、そうか。リストラされちゃったんだ。かわいそう。
That's the first time I've seen that word. Shit-canned.
違うわ。単純に休みにしただけだ。早々に人をクビにするな。だいたいな、リストラされるような無能とはわけが違うのだ。
自分から有能っていうやつほど崖っぷちなパターンが多いんだけどね。肩を叩かれないように気をつけな。
This damned woman. Maria let out a little cackle and then turned her gaze toward the girl. Her eyes were slightly wider than usual, evidently surprised I knew the woman. Huh?
この子は兄弟って感じには見えないけど、親戚とか？
ああ、いや、 こいつは親戚というか。
一昨日知り合って、昨日の夜家に連れて行かれました。
Maria is gonna be like, I knew you were a crude man.
お前、そういう言い方は。
Look
at her! She's already judging him.
案の定マリアがゴミを見るような目を向けている。
Oh.
おまわりさん、ここに誘拐犯がいます。
Oh my gosh! Y'all, I just realized we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry because Maria will get his ass. But she said she's in her 20s. She's just shorter than everyone.
とまあそういうことだ。私は一時的に保護をしただけで、誘拐犯でもなければロリコンでもない。わかったか？
なんかすぐには「そうなんだ、わかったよ」って言えないけど、事情は理解したよ。
I'd had the girl sit at a table by the window, then brought Maria to the back of the cafe and explained how I'd ended up in this situation. She was this close to calling the cops. No! No! What happened? My camera froze. Y'all, Yukimasa! Yukimasa is doing this. Let's go. While still visibly skeptical, she didn't look like she was going to call the police as soon as I turned my back anymore. I now knew what it felt like to have my life be hanging by a thread. Christ, what did I do to deserve this?
でもさ、家出した女の子なんか普通警察に任すべきで。いや、やっぱなんでもないわ。そんなことくらい何度も考えただろうしね。ただ厄介なことにならないうちに手を引いた方がいいとは思うよ。
そうだな。私も近いうちには家にきちんと帰らせるか、警察に届け出ようと思っている。
そうだね。あんたバカじゃないだろうし、それくらい分別つくもんな。
だといいんだがな。どうにもあいつと関わっている時の自分は妙だ。普段なら確実にやらないことばかりやってしまう。
まあでも関わっているうちは優しくしてやりなよ。しんどいことがあって家出してきたんだろうしさ。
まるで私が優しく接していないような言い方ではないか。
だって優しくできてないって思ったんだもん。あんたって短気だし、すぐ怒鳴ったりカッカするからさ。
Oh my gosh. She's like, I know you so well.
私のことをろくに知らんくせによく言う。
Oh, but if you only knew, she does know you quite well, actually.
だが、全くの正論だな。これでも自覚はあるのだ。一応。優しくか。なあ、今みたいな会話を前にもしたことがなかったか？
はあ？前につったって、私とあんたが喋ったのは昨日くらいなんだから、あるわけないじゃんか。
まあそうだよな。妙なことを言った。
んじゃ、そろそろ席に戻りなよ。お姫様も待っていることだしさ。
Christ, princess? She was anything but.
お話はもう大丈夫なんですか？
ああ、なんとかな。というか、君があんなことを言うから誤解を招きそうになったのだぞ。
She's gonna be like, well, it was true.
あんなことって言われても間違いなく事実じゃないですか。
Exactly, exactly.
事実だけを抜き取りすぎだ。だいたいあのまま通報されて私が警察に連行されたらどうするつもりなんだ。
その時はそうね、ご愁傷様。
I love her.
お前な、少しは人のことを考えろ。こんなにあれこれしてやっているのに感謝の一つもせず。
Such a funny duo.
優しくしろと言われたばかりじゃないか。すぐにイライラしてどうするんだ。そうだな。何が食いたい？好きなものを頼んでいいぞ。遠慮はしないでいい。
じゃあそうですね、サンドイッチ。
そんな簡単なもんでいいのか？ケーキだとかジュースだとか他にも何でも追加していいんだぞ。
なんか気持ち悪い。急に何なんですか？悪事でも企んでいるの？
企んどらんわ。人が優しくしたらすぐこれだ。
はあ、あんたってイタリア人のくせに本当に女の扱いがなっちゃいないよね。人種間違えてない？
Oh my gosh. I think she meant to say ethnicity, not race. There's one race, the human race. And then there are a bunch of ethnicities.
間違えてない。もういい。どうせこんな店だ。大したものも出てきまい。適当に何か持ってきてくれ。
あんたね、これから料理作るやつに向かってそういうこと言う？
Right. I mean, she is making the food. So he shouldn't... Y'all, you should never be messing with anyone who is making your food. Mm-mm.
事実だろうが。いいかね。飯がうまい店っていうのは店構えもそれらしく気を配っているもんだ。それがどうだ。店内を見回してみろ。家具も寄せ集めばかりでセンスのなさが露呈しているぞ。
I mean, even though it does look run down, I think it has a very cozy feel to it. I would go here, definitely.
人が来なければ利益が出せん。利益がなければまともな食材も集められん。負の連鎖ではないか。
But maybe they specialize in something. Oh my gosh, Isra's here! Hi, welcome! I just happened to look up as well. Yay!
なあ、うっさいな。ぐちぐち言うなよな。だいたい仕方ないじゃんか。ここの年寄りオーナーが思い入れがあるっつって家具も何もかも置き換えないんだ。あたしのセンスじゃないよ。
なるほど。老人の道楽の店か。それなら店があるのも多少は納得する。しかしよくこんなところで働いているな。
ちゃんとお金は払ってくれるし待遇は悪くないよ。こんなところって言うけどあたしにとってみたら素敵なところさ。 まあ不満があるとしたら、あまりに退屈すぎるのと、いつ店が潰れるのかわかんないってとこかな。売り上げうんぬんじゃなくて、あのオーナーもいい年だからさ。あと、私の話はいいか。じゃあオーダー通り、あんたの分は適当に作ってくるわ。その子の分はゴージャスなもん用意すっから。じゃねん。
I'll get you a plate of whatever and prepare something absolutely exquisite for the girl. Maria has already picked favorites.
さらっと客差別をしていった
仲がいいんですね。ずっと昔からのお友達ですか？
いや、あいつとは昨日会ったばかりだ。正しくは以前にぶつかったことがあるようだがな。おい待て、なんだその目は。まさか私をたらしだと思い込んでるのか？確かに君を連れて帰ったのもあいつと飲んだのも昨日で、事実だけを並べるとかなりあれだが、そもそも一回飲んだ程度のやつと親しくなること自体なかったのだ。昨日は妙な出来事が重なっただけだ。
Yeah, and that's normal. Like, you can have a good vibe with someone, but hit it off with someone, it takes a while to genuinely, like, bond with someone.
くっそ、なんでこんな言い訳めいたことを言っているんだ？
私が驚いたのは、むしろあなたがたった1日で友達を作れたことに対してです。ちゃんと人と関われるんですね。
Even Morgana's like, well, I just think that you stay at home all the time and you don't have friends and, you know, you've never had action in your life.
誰とも仲良くなれないんだと思っていたわ。
それを君が言うか？だいたいイタリアにいた頃はこれで友人も結構多かったのだ。確かにこっちに来てからは人付き合いが悪くなったが。
じゃあよかったじゃないですか。あの人、きっといい人です。
She is.
まあそうだな。おおむね異論はない。君もあいつと友人になっておけばどうだ？何かと助けになってくれるだろうさ。君もいろいろあるようだからな。
Or, you know, if someone needs to call the cops. But I'm still here hoping that Morgana is actually in her 20s. And that she isn't, you know, 15, 16.
そうね。考えておくわ。
マリアが相手なら随分素直なんだな。相手が同性だからかもしれんが。ひょっとしたら私があだこうだ言うよりもマリアから言ってもらった方がいいのかもしれない。こいつだって相談しやすいかもしれん。
なになに？もしかして私の話？
いきなり出てくるな。なんだ早いな。もう出来上がったのか？
先に飲み物を持ってきてやったんだよ。はい、こっちがあんたのためのインスタントコーヒー。で、こっちがこの子のためのめちゃくちゃいいカモミールの葉を使ったハーブティー。
格差が分かりやすすぎるぞ。
カモミールのハーブティー。
あれ、もしかしてハーブティーとか嫌いだった？こういうの癖あるもんな。変えてこよっか？
いいえ、大丈夫です。むしろ 好きなような気がする。飲んだことはないんですけど、なんだか懐かしい。
え、飲んだことがないのに懐かしいって矛盾してんじゃんか。変なこと言う子だね、あんた。あ、まあ嫌いじゃないならいいや。お茶だけだとなんだし、ついでにクッキーもつけとくね。たくさんあるし、もっと欲しかったら言っていいかんね。他にも欲しいもんがあったら何でもいいなよ。子供は遠慮するもんじゃないんだからさ。
She also assumes that she's a kid. And if that is the truth, and Morgana has just, you know, lied and said that she was in her early 20s, I'm hoping that their relationship is strictly platonic.
こいつは子供扱いされるのを嫌っているんだ。きっと不機嫌そうな顔して子供じゃないと言い張るぞ。
But I think that they only assume it because she's short, because shorter people usually are assumed to be younger. And there's plenty of shorter adults.
ありがとうございます。よくしていただいて嬉しいです。
He's like, what? She didn't bite back?
あんた素直でいい子だね。こんな子を相手にしているのに、ヤコポのやつは仏頂面でぶつくさ文句言うんだからな。
She immediately outed him. Immediately.
どうかしてるよ、まったく。
Oh my gosh.
私の前では全く素直でもいい子でもないのに何なのだ。
じゃあ私はキッチンに引っ込むから、すぐ作るから待ってて。つってもカフェの規模じゃ大したもんは出せないけど。
賑やかで明るい人ですね。
ああいうのは賑やかじゃなくてうるさいというのだ。だいたい賑やかなのは嫌いではなかったのか。
得意ではないけれど、彼女の明るさは嫌いじゃないわ。
Aww. She knows in her soul that they were friends.
そうかね。やっぱりマリアに手を貸してもらうのも考えるべきなのか。
Yes!
なあ君。
何ですか？
She didn't have to force herself to stay with me. She could always put herself under Maria's care instead. It would probably be less awkward for her there too. I could even propose it to her myself if she didn't feel comfortable. I knew what I should say to her, but the words wouldn't come out. The idea of leaving her in someone else's care was repulsive to me on a deeply base level, and I had no idea why. Where the hell were these feelings coming from? I barely even knew the damn girl. Why should I care so much? It didn't matter who looked after her, and in fact, she would be better off with someone else. Yet I felt as though if I let go of her and trusted her to someone else, then we would never be this close ever again. Wait, we would never be this close ever again? That made it sound like I wasn't caring for her because she needed it, but instead using her problems as a way to prop myself up, some sick search for self-satisfaction.
どうしたんですか？声をかけたきり黙り込んで。
あ、いや、少し考え事をしていてな。何を言いかけたのか忘れてしまった。きっと大したことではないんだろう。
そういう割には随分と難しそうな顔をしていましたけれど。
気にするな。本当に大したことじゃない。そんなことよりもだ。そろそろ君のことを聞かせてくれんかね。どうして公園にいたのか、家はどこなのか、何があったのか。何も言えないのか。ま、無理には聞かんが。
私の話を聞いてどうするというの？
どうするって、別にどうもしない。ただ事情がわからんままでは助言もできんし、解決方法も検討できない。
私、最初から助言なんて求めていません。あなたに解決してほしいとも思っていないわ。
そうだな。そう言うだろうとは思った。なら余計なおせっかいはしないから、君のことを教えてくれ。
どうして？私のことを知って何の意味があるの？
そんなことを。君のことを知れたらもう少し近づける気がするからに決まっている。意味がなくとも知りたいだけなんだ。そんな歯の浮くようなセリフを言えるか。君のことが知りたいだけ。バカな。
With a sigh, she fell silent, and I couldn't bring myself to press any further. So instead, I was going to tell her to forget it, that she didn't have to say anything if she didn't want to, when she muttered a single word almost under her breath.
モルガーナ。
今、なんて言ったんだ？
だから、モルガーナ。私の名前、まだ言っていなかったでしょ。
そうか。君はモルガーナというのか。なんだ、いい響きじゃないか。それに、そのまま、君もイタリア系なんじゃないか。
Well, he did assume that they could be from the same place or area.
わかりません。少なくとも私の母はフランス人ですし、私もフランスで育っています。ただ、
She hesitated. I urged her on with a look, and after a few moments, she reluctantly continued.
実の父はいなくなっているんです。私の記憶がないくらい小さな頃に。だからもしかしたら父はそちらの人なのかも。
そうだったのか。その父親に会いたいと思うか。
どうでしょう。顔も知らない人同然ですから。これといって特別な思いはありません。むしろ、いえ、なんでもないわ。
She fell silent once again, leaving the in fact hanging there. I gave her another I see, and didn't press the subject any further. I did, however, feel like I'd gotten a glimpse into where her isolation came from.
しかし、思わぬ接点ができたな。私のことをイタリア人らしくないと言ったが、君も似たようなものじゃないか。え？
うるさいわね。自分の性格くらい分かっています。というか、なんでちょっと嬉しそうなの？
別に。ただ、ひょっとしたら君と私は同じ景色を見たことがあるのかもしれない。親近感めいたものが少しだけ湧いてな。
郷好きじゃないんじゃなかったの？何もないところだって文句を言っていたじゃない。
ああ、覚えていたのか。そうだな。確かに故郷の親族絡みは好きではない。厄介なことが多くてな。ただ、景色に関してはいい部分もある。何もないと言ったが、あの島の海に囲まれた美しい自然は今でもよく覚えている。あれは嫌いではなかったな。それからもうどこにあるのかも覚えていないが、黄金の海のような小麦畑もあった。
Golden wheat field. We know this.
いや、小麦畑は故郷ではなく夢の方だったか。
Mm-hmm. Indeed, it was only in your dreams.
気にするな、なんでもない。つまり美しい景色もあるということだ。
そう。見られたらいいわね。私もその景色を。
見られるだろうさ。飛行機を使えば3時間足らずだ。今や世界で行けないところなんてほとんどない。なんだったら連れて行ってやろうか。
あなたが私を？
今のは深く取れんでいい。どうせ君は外のこともろくに知らなそうだからな。いろいろな世界を知るのも社会勉強とやらになるだろう。だから教えてやるのも悪くないと思ってな。気を返したか。
そう。あなたが私にいろいろと教えてくれるというのね。まあ、検討しておきます。
Basically telling her I'll show you the world.
検討するようなことなのか。ただ一周されなかっただけ。初対面の時に比べたら大進歩だ。それに少し笑ったか。笑った顔の方がずっといいな。できればもっとはっきりとした笑顔を見たいものだが。
何なんですか？じろじろと私の顔を見て。顔に何かついてますか？
いや、君はずっと仏頂面をしているからな。もう少し笑ってみたらいいと思ってな。その方が
Now she gonna turn pouty.
そこそこ見られる顔になると思うぞ。
Why did you end it like this, Jacopo?
は？あなた、本当に失礼で最低な人ね。
He is not a smooth talker at all. Huge L. Zero Riz.
どうして思ったことをそのまま言えないんだ、この口は。
A little bit later, Maria returned with 2 sandwiches. The one she set in front of Morgana was at least 2 times too large for a light afternoon meal. Morgana stared at the triumphant stack of meats and cheeses and vegetables, unsure what to do with it. Meanwhile, all I received was a simple panino containing nothing but a few slices of ham and cheese. I considered filing a complaint, but Morgana ended up giving me what she couldn't eat of hers, at which point I stopped caring enough to feel slighted. The cafe remained empty all through lunch. On some level, it was kind of a shame, because the food wasn't bad, but it also meant we could talk with Maria, since she didn't have anyone to wait on. As a dining establishment, it was indisputably a failure, but it couldn't have been a more perfect location for us. Oh, how cozy! Look how cozy it looks when the sun sets. Time seemed to pass faster than it should as the three of us talked. Morgana didn't speak much, but she never once seemed bored, sometimes even giving a little laugh at something Maria said. And then the next thing I realized, the sunlight shining through the window had turned orange. Never before had I spent so much time in a cafe. Usually, I only stayed long enough to inhale some caffeine or calories. The very idea of relaxing seemed like a negligent misuse of time to me. But this was probably how you were supposed to patronize these sorts of establishments. So, relaxed and refreshed, we decided it was time to head home. As we got up to leave, Maria gave me a disappointed pout and said,
もっとゆっくりしていけばいいのにさ。また近々寄ってよね。私絶対暇してると思うし。
She gave us a little wave and then we headed out. I hoped business would pick up a bit, if only because it seemed like Maria was going to die from boredom before long. With that, our sightseeing tour came to an end, and we went to take care of our original goal, shopping. I took Morgana to a moderately large supermarket near my apartment, and she was astounded by the wide array of products sold. Apparently, she'd never been in one before, which only added to my concern about what kind of life she'd led. Though maybe she just lived somewhere really rural that didn't have big stores, and there wasn't anything more to it. I asked Morgana what she wanted for dinner, but all she gave me was a non-committal anything. Then I asked if she had any favorite foods, to which she responded with, "I'll eat anything." It was easier to cook for someone if they gave you something to work with. Evidently, though, she wasn't just being shy and generally had no wants or preferences. Add to that how thin she was and how little she seemed to eat, and I began wondering if she'd ever even had a proper home-cooked meal. She obviously wasn't the dieting type either. In fact, when Maria had brought her that oversized sandwich, she tried to force herself to finish it. She gave off the impression of a nun who'd lived her entire life cut off from earthly pleasures. Or perhaps a saint forbidden from indulging in worldly desires. I hope that one day I might be able to hear her express some kind of desire. Be it something she wanted, some food she craved, or some activity she was interested in. When we were done at the market, we went to the bookstore to buy some movies. However, most of what they had on the shelves was of the top 10 bestsellers variety. I wasn't interested in mass market fluff myself, and would have preferred something literary or artistic, or even educational, like a documentary. But I knew I wasn't going to find that at a common neighborhood bookstore. Being mass market didn't automatically make a film bad, mind you. It required great talent to write and direct something capable of resonating with so many people. Lots of careful consideration had to go into every single element of the production to ensure it was enjoyable and understandable to everyone who saw it. It wasn't something just anyone could pick up and do. Now, that wasn't to say I didn't think Morgana could understand more challenging films. In fact, she seemed like the kind of person who wouldn't enjoy pop culture. But I also felt like what she needed right now was some time to just turn off and enjoy some mindless entertainment. Yeah, sometimes you really need to do that. We watched one movie before dinner, a classic animated film, and another after, a live-action comedy. Neither were things I would watch on my own. But even at the funny parts, Morgana didn't so much as smirk. After a while, I began to feel like an idiot laughing all by myself. So when it was over, I asked her if she didn't like the movie, and...
いいえ、楽しみました。あの役者たちは自分を犠牲にしてまで周囲を笑わせようとしていますね。非常に尊い行いだと思いました。
Her response was utterly baffling. Who watched movies for that?
それから、あなたが役者の演技についてああだこうだと言ったり、あのモチーフがどうだとか、監督の前作がどうだとか。
Is she gonna be like, that was annoying?
いろいろな話をしてくるのが少しうるさかったです。
You know what? I feel you. I feel you. Because she was just trying to enjoy the movie, and he goes on and on and on about things in the movie that don't have anything to do with the story. Well, I'm sorry. Jeez. I won't talk during a movie again. You can be sure of that.
多少はうるさかったですけれど、自分の知らないことを知るのは楽しい。私、何も知らないんです。世の中の楽しいこととか、どんな人がどんなものを作ってきたのかとか。
And what's he gonna say now? I'll show you the world for the 55th time.
だから、教えてください。あなたならそれができるんでしょ？いろいろ知っているようですから。
Morgana was staying at my apartment tonight as well. Once again using one of my shirts as oversized loungewear. When I mentioned regretting not buying her clothes of her own, she said,
別にこの服で構いません。支障はないですし。新しく買うのはお金がもったいないですから。
A couple sets of loungewear weren't going to break the bank. But I quickly found myself relenting. That I was even bothered was proof of how much of a disgrace I was.
それにあなたは許可なく私に触れたりしないんでしょ？だったら無防備でも問題ないじゃないですか。
Well, that I actually think that we can trust him with that, you know, not touching. Christ, this girl was devilish. Back to the dream.
私がもし普通の娘だったらお父さんがいるはずなんです。夢だと思っていたけれど、お母様、いえ、お母さんが夜中に独り言をこぼしていたことがあって、それが真実なら私の父は流浪の民なんです。どこの誰とも知らない男。
Is anyone else also hearing the lyrics to this song? I miss hearing it.
どうかしら。わかりません。会っても何を言えばいいのか。会ったところで私のことなどわからないでしょうし、母はその人に捨てられたのでしょうから、そう考えるといい印象もありません。もしも父が母を見捨てなければ、母も私を神の子と言わずに済んだかもしれないし、普通の家族になっていたのかも。そしてこんな運命をたどらなかったのかも。
But the mother could also, you know, have chosen to be kind to her daughter and not use her.
なんでそんな乱暴なことを考えるんですか。見つけ出して殴り飛ばすとか。暴力はやめてください。それがもしも私のためなのだとしても、暴力はもうやめて。私一応分かっているつもりです。あなた、力がなければ踏みにじられてしまう。あなたが子供の頃も私が幼かった頃も、力がなかったから抵抗できなかった。でもそれでもやめてください。私もうあなたの力が弱いとは思っていません。いいえ、むしろあなたの手は何人もの命を奪えるくらいに強いのだと本当は分かっているんです。最初から分かっていたんです。でもだからこそ、その手でもう誰かを傷つけないで、その手で誰かを殺めるのももうやめて。絶対ですよ。約束を破ったらあなたのこと嫌いになりますから。つまり今は好きなのかって。あなたバカなんですか？こんな時に本当にくだらない質問。答えるのを待っているんですか？もしかして。答えるわけないでしょ。何なのよ。じゃあ言ってあげます。私あなたのこと別に好きじゃないわ。
Good turn of events. That dream again. Fields of wheat, stretching out like an ocean. Talk about my unseen father. Hadn't almost the same thing come up this afternoon? Could it be a coincidence? In the dream, there was someone standing before me, a silhouette of a man, his face imperceptible. But whoever it was, they meant a lot to me. If only I could see them again. Morgana spent the following day at my apartment as well. It was a sunny Sunday, and we started it with a walk. Took a brief detour to the cafe Maria worked at. Did some light shopping. Then went home and watched a movie. Concerned she might get bored doing all the same things again. After the movie we played video games. I wasn't much of a gamer myself though. I mostly used the console to watch movies. Okay! So I bought the digital version of some racing game and we had at it. We were both absolutely terrible, which helped keep things fun and not overly competitive. In our final race, Morgana's car spun out and she ended up driving backwards through the course, causing me to laugh so hard I dropped my controller. After that, she refused to play with me anymore, or even talk to me for a good while. Monday morning, I had to go to work, and it was the first time in my life that had ever felt like an obligation, a burden. Morgana and I spent a good 90% of our time arguing about something or other. But on some level, it seemed I'd actually come to enjoy those conversations. And having to leave that behind for work only made me realize I wasn't working because I enjoyed it, but because I'd convinced myself it was all I could do. It was a way to ensure no one would be able to claim I hadn't accomplished anything when I returned to Sicily. So no one could look down on me. So no one could challenge me. I'd always believed that money and power were all one needed to get whatever they wanted in life. And I'd forfeited any semblance of a personal life to achieve that. Even now, I wasn't entirely convinced that belief was wrong either. What things did modern society place the most value in, after all? Personal assets and social standing. The more time I spent with Morgana, though, the more these pillars of my life wavered. She didn't care for fancy restaurants, and was more than happy to eat some cheap meal that only took 10 minutes to throw together. She found beauty in the ordinary, not just things designed to appear beautiful. Filtered through her eyes, the world seemed gentler than the one I knew. Which was especially curious as she herself was anything but gentle, mercilessly sharp-tongued and aggressively aloof. Yet because of her, the wind on my cheeks felt warmer now. It put my heart at ease in a way that I couldn't help but think. I'd felt this way before, long, long ago. That it wasn't arbitrary. That there was an explanation for the peace she provided me. I stopped doing regular overtime at work, where before I had written everyone off as unreliable and useless, deciding it would be best to simply handle everything myself. I started delegating some of that work back to my subordinates. Everyone was shocked at the sudden change in my demeanor, and many were upset at the reduced efficiency that resulted from it. Well, otherwise he's gonna get burnt out. But it was their work to begin with, so they had no grounds to complain. People were going to be talking about me behind my back. That much was inevitable when their workload increased. So what? Even more so considering I was already disliked for how often I yelled at and shooed people out. Okay, maybe that's not the best thing to do. Be constructive. But I didn't have time to bother myself with other people's opinions. That's good. Before, I might have been worried it would affect my prospects of promotion. But now I wasn't especially concerned. I was doing what I needed to do, and not a single thing more. My priority now was getting home as quickly as possible, so I could teach Morgana about the world. And then, before I realized it, 2 weeks had passed since I'd taken her in on that rainy night. Still, she was staying at my apartment. Sometimes I'd ask her with a sigh, "When are you planning to go home already?" To which she'd respond, puffing her cheeks, "You're free to kick me out whenever you please." Except I couldn't, which was why we were in this situation in the first place. Did she challenge me knowing I wouldn't call her bluff? That I didn't actually want to throw her out anymore? Over the past couple of weeks, I'd bought more books and movies than I could count so she could keep herself occupied while I was at work. That's nice. And shocking even myself, I'd given her a spare key as well. Okay, now you all are roommates. Something was clearly loose in my head. Doing things for her made me feel good though. And as insane as I rationally knew I was, I couldn't fight how it made me feel. Over and over and over and over again, I argued with myself. But never once did good sense win out. I must confess, I had grown quite fond of this new life. He probably must have felt quite lonely as well. It was a Thursday, a little over 2 weeks since I had met Morgana. The first day, all I'd managed to do was force an umbrella onto her. Never could I have imagined from that encounter that we'd effectively be living together soon after. Not enough time had passed to really reminisce about how far we'd come, but nevertheless, the change was undeniable.
くそ、もう8時半だ。やはり連日定時で上がるのは厳しいな。8時半で遅くなったか。ずいぶんな変化だな、まったく。
It is late to quit job at.
あいつは先に飯を食っているだろうか。まさか待っていたりはしないだろうな。
I think that maybe she is.
おい、帰ったぞ。モルガーナ。おい、モルガーナ。いないのか？
Maybe she fell asleep. Fell asleep waiting? What? I couldn't find her anywhere in the apartment. She wasn't asleep and she wasn't in the shower either. She was just gone, as if the last 2 weeks had been all a dream. Maybe she's just, out at the grocery store. We weren't family, nor were we really living together, but I had gotten so used to having someone there to snark at me when I got home that it felt off to be greeted by silence. My first thought was that something had happened to her. She was hurt or in danger. But the apartment was just how I'd left it. The door was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone breaking in. She had left of her own volition, locking the door behind her. Could she have gotten into trouble somewhere else then?
くそ。こういう時に連絡する手段がない。やはり携帯の一つや二つ持たせておくべきだったのだ。外に探しに行くか、それとも警察に。
Slow down. Why was I acting like she needed to be here when I got back? After how many times I told her to get out. I'd never meant it as anything more than banter. But how was she supposed to know my intentions? Wouldn't it have made more sense for her to have just gone home, as opposed to something actually happening to her? That I was the only one enjoying our time together, and she had finally gotten tired of me for good? I mean, thinking back, she'd clearly always seemed annoyed, constantly complaining, never smiling, telling me who even knows how many times I should burn in hell. What if I'd misread her and she wasn't joking? And every day here was piling on more and more stress. As much as I had continued to insist she was a child, it wasn't like she was primary school or middle school age. She was old enough to think and make decisions for herself. In fact, judging from the short time we've been together, she was very mature for her age. Maybe it's because she is in her 20s? Or is this just wishful thinking? So she wasn't going to be completely helpless if something did happen to her.
つまりはそういうことか。もう見切りをつけたのだ。そうか。せめて一言くらい残していけばいいのに。そういう間柄でもなかったということだ。
You don't know her well at all. I wasn't so much angry as I felt bummed. I tossed the movie I'd bought over lunch onto the counter, then collapsed into the couch. She'd always sat right here in this spot. She was small, barely took up any space, but the hole left in her absence felt larger than life. The room was uncomfortably quiet now, and it felt like the temperature had dropped several degrees as well.
もともとこれが正しい状況だったではないか。何を気落ちしているのだ、バカ。飯でも作るか。
I stood motionless in the kitchen, unable to scrounge together the motivation to make anything. I wasn't cooking for anyone else, so it didn't have to be anything fancy. Just warm up a can of spaghetti sauce and toss it over some pasta. Easy.
今、扉の開いた音がしたか。
あら、もう帰っていたんですね。一人分だけ先に作るつもりですか？
I knew she hadn't left. Y'all, we all knew. We all knew she hadn't left. She stood before me with a grocery bag in her hands. Did I not say she was at the grocery store? I stood before her, utterly stupefied. She frowned that oh so familiar frown. She didn't have to say a word, and I could still hear her mocking me clear as day. I felt like all the wind had been sucked out of me, and with it, the ability to lie.
あ、いや、帰ったのだとばかり思っていた。
帰ったじゃないですか。
She called it home! We weren't on the same page. She seemed to think that by home, I meant... It finally hit her. That without even missing a beat, she'd called my apartment her home. Well, I guess they're roommates now.
何笑っているの？いきなりそんな楽しそうに。言い間違えただけですからね。
わかっている。わかっているさ。
もうまだ笑っているし、変な人なんだから。
ああ、そうだな。すっかりおかしなやつになっちまったみたいだよ、僕は。
僕？
Now it was my turn for a slip of the tongue. I hadn't talked like that in years.
あ、いや、今のは違うんだ。気にするな。というか、気にしないでくれ。
Why? Is it because he has this like mature front that he needs to uphold?
その方がいいんじゃない？というより、その方が絶対いいですよ。なんで繕っているのか知りませんけれど、私の前ではそういう話し方にして。
ま、気が向いたらな。
She smiled, a rare occurrence, but I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes. I absolutely wanted to take in every second of it, though. God, I was acting like a damn child. But it was getting to be impossible to deny what was going on. I was a 26-year-old man, and she a good decade or younger. Okay, he is 26. Wait. How many years were they apart? Were they 5-year apart? Wait, hold on. How much was it? Or was it more? Was it 7? 10. Dang. So it really was that much. Oh! Oh my gosh. Right. He was 21 then. Oh my gosh. My mind really wanted it to be 5 years. Exactly. We don't really know. He just assumes because she looks so young. Oh, Morgana, please be in your 20s. It was wrong on so many levels to have these feelings about her. Okay, then make them platonic. But I was entranced with Morgana. I was getting ready to head to the living room for bed when Morgana interrupted me. Did this girl understand the meaning of her words? She was telling me I could sleep in the same bed as her. Yo, don't jump to conclusions. Maybe she just meant that you can sleep there and she can sleep on the sofa. you know, y'all can switch.
ずっとソファーで寝ていたら疲れるでしょう。それに、私にそういう気は起きないんですよね。
そういう気が起きる起きないの話じゃない。同じベッドで寝るのは良くないだろう。いろいろとまずい。
Good that you know.
理屈になってないと思います。
理屈になってなくてもまずいものはまずいのだ。
私としては、あなたが疲れた顔で出勤する方がまずいと思います。やっぱり、寝起きが少し辛そうでしたから。
Oh, of course she would feel troubled about that.
なんだ君、意外と私のことを見ているな。だったら君がソファーで寝ればいいだろ
嫌です。私、ベッド派なんで。
Well, you know what? I trust that Jacopo would never do anything.
なんだそれは。
まあ、ソファーで寝たいと堅くなにおっしゃるのなら、それでいいと思います。じゃあ、おやすみなさい。
Maybe you're able to split it? Yo, this is so awkward! Somehow Morgana managed to wear me down, and now we were both in bed, the same bed. I was pretty sure I'd rest better on the couch than here, both physically and mentally. To start with, being able to sense her presence behind me was incredibly distracting. And then there was the worry that I might accidentally roll over and crush her. But worst of all was her body heat. I wasn't accustomed to being able to feel anyone so close. Y'all, this man, so lonely, he needs to find someone in his own age range. Like, in the past life, he had never been in a relationship and didn't know what love was or anything like that. So he probably doesn't know about these things now either. So he confused. Right, Jacopo? You just confused.
ねえ、絶対にこっちを振り向かないでくださいね。向き合って眠るのなんて真っ平だから。
Yeah, you better not. You can hit him otherwise.
ベッドを使っていいと言ったのは君だろうに。まったく。わかった。そっちは向かない。だからおとなしく寝ろ。
Yeah, nothing better happened. She was still as a corpse behind me, but I could feel a tension in the air nonetheless. Stop it! There is no tension! This is awkward as a hell! I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. Y'all are probably also uncomfortable. But for my own peace of mind, I'm gonna be trusting Morgana that she was in her early 20s. And she hasn't said anything about it yet because she doesn't want him to think she's fair game, you know? What was she getting worked up about? Jeez. The longer the silence continued, the more uncomfortable it grew. That's why I'm sitting here talking! I sighed, letting it hang in the air before breaking it with a "Hey." She lurched slightly at the sound of my voice. Then after another brief pause, she responded with, what?
眠れないようなら少し話でもしないかと思ってな。
別に構いませんけれど、何の話をするつもりなんですか？
そうだな。いい加減聞かせてくれないか。どうして家出をしているのかを。
I wanna know this too.
そんなに気になるの？
当たり前だろ。
私にああだこうだと助言をしたいから？
そういや、2週間前に出かけた時、カフェでそんなことを言ったな。あの時は本音は言えなかった。今なら、この距離ならもう少し素直になれる気がする。君にももう少し優しくできるような気がする。君のことが気になるからだ。ただ知りたいだけで、こっちの意見を押し付けたいわけじゃない。知りたいと思うのはおかしなことか？
でもよくある話よ。面白くもない。
Try us.
面白さなんてかけらも求めていない。
ねえ、あなたは神を信じていますか？
神？どうして突然神の話が出てくるんだ？それに聞きたいのは君の話であって。
いいから答えて。
正直なところ信じておらんな。だが別に私が特別に不敬であるという話ではないだろう。今の時代で心から神を信じているのはごく一部だ。先進国の人間はほとんど信じちゃいない。宗教は冠婚葬祭の時に必要になるだけだ。
そうね、ほとんどの人がそうだわ。でも私は信じています。大いなる父の存在を、私を見守る神の存在を、そして神がもたらす奇跡の力と、小さな人間では抗いようのない運命の流れを。神を愛する心は、かつてはそれこそが正しく、逆に信仰心のないものは罰せられ、火に炙られました。でも神を心から信じていると古臭い人間だと思われるわ。下手をすれば偏った思考を持つおかしな人間だと思われることもある。
She was right. These days, people weren't punished for being faithless or believing in other gods, as would have happened in ancient times. And for that, the world was a more peaceful and accepting place now. But these societal rules for acceptance had not gone away, merely transformed over the centuries. While you wouldn't be burned at the stake anymore, those with beliefs deemed unacceptable were still made into outcasts. Something I was guilty of doing as well. I frequently found myself frustrated at people who didn't see the world the same as me. I was close-minded and unable to adapt to different ideas. Instead, I threw them to the curb, making no attempt to reconcile or understand, refusing to examine my own beliefs. At least he's self-aware. With self-awareness, there can be change, and there can be understanding. When we first met, I probably would have laughed in her face if she told me she believed in God. The Heavenly Father, His divine plan, fantasy nonsense, all of it. I wouldn't have even given her the time of day.
ただ、私よりも母の方が 神を信じている。いいえ、拠り所にしているんです。顔も知らない実の父の話はしたでしょ。両親が離婚してから母は随分と荒れていたようなんです。あの人が通い詰めたのは地元の教会で、私も幼い頃から同行していました。母にとって教会はとても身近な存在で、孤独を癒す場であり救いの場でした。そして私にとっても身近な存在で、倫理を習う場であり懺悔の場でした。
懺悔？その頃はまだ子供だったんだろ？一体何に対しての懺悔だ？そんなもの必要ないだろ
う。いいえ、私には魂にこびりついた業があるのです。
Excuse me, what?
私の魂は神の裁きを受けないままこの世に降り立ってしまったがために、前世の汚れを持ったままなんです。だから私は前世の過ちをこの世界で償い続けなければならない。
なんだそれは。それをまさか神父が言ったとでも言うのか？
Or is that what she believes?
いいかモルガーナ、君が何を信じようが自由だ。今時珍しいくらいの敬虔な信者であろうとも文句は言わん。だがそればかりは否定させてもらうぞ。前世の過ちを現世で償うなど馬鹿げている。前世そのものがオカルトだというのに、そんなものに生き方を縛られるつもりか？
確かに私も最初はそう思っていたんです。自分の知らないあるかもわからない前世の過ちを償うなんて。
I know who should be, suffering.
でも母も神父もこう言うのです。私の体に残る醜いただれこそが魂に刻まれた業の証拠であると。病院に行ってもただれの正体はわからないままでした。どの医者も原因がわからないというのです。だからこれは病気ではなく、意図的に神が残したものであると思ったんです。魂の汚れを忘れないようにする呪いとして。
そんなバカな話があってたまるか？君は母親と神父に騙されているだけだ。
そうね、きっとそう思えたでしょうね。私の心に自分の知らない記憶さえなければ。
なんだって？自分の知らない記憶？
That golden field of wheat immediately popped into my mind. I had memories that didn't belong to me too. In them, a hazy silhouette of a girl.
その記憶の中で私は気の遠くなるような長い時間人を呪い続けるんです。本当は巻き込んではいけない善良な人すら陥れて憎しみの言葉を吐き続けている。
Girl, if you only have the knowledge that you had then, I feel like you would definitely curse them again. Although, be careful not to curse anyone that didn't hurt you. Or, and also be easy on Mel.
私がいるのは色彩を失った死の気配が漂う館で、そこに3人の魂を 閉じ込めるんです。
She knows this much.
いいえ、3人だけじゃない。そのゆかりの者たちの魂も間接的に縛り付けて、彼らに永劫の呪いを誓う。
Condemned for eternity for no reason other than their association. So only because they were associated is why the others were afflicted as well, like Nelly, Maria.
妄言だと思っているでしょう。別に構いませんよ。自覚はありますから。魂も呪いも死の館も、どれも笑い話に聞こえるくらいおかしなことですからね。
It was childish and silly. It was the kind of fantasy nonsense that had no place outside fiction. But I couldn't carry the words from my mind to my mouth. A chill ran down my spine, like a bony finger sliding down the skin, until it stopped at my heart. It was as if it was trying to say Morgana was talking about me. My mind was just playing tricks. There wasn't any evidence, but the thought wouldn't leave me.
どうしたんですか？もしかして眠った？
まさか話の途中で寝るわけがないだろう。ただ君のいやなんでもないんだ。話を続けてくれ。
人は妄想だと思おうとも、私には途方もない時間、人を呪い、彼らの魂を壊してきた記憶があるんです。はっきりと覚えているものではないけれど、確かにそういうことがあったのだという奇妙な感覚。だからこれが私の業だと言われたら納得してしまったんです。記憶の中では私は3人の者たちに業を植え付けた。でも私自身の業についてはおざなりにしたままだった。それを清算するのがきっと根性の役目なのでしょう。私は自分の罪に向き合う必要があるんだわ。
No, but this is a new chance to live a completely new life on a clean slate.
もしそれが本当なのだとしても、やはり君が償うものなど何一つない。君は理由があって人を呪ったのだ。呪われるべき行いをそいつらが行ったのだ。償うべきは相手の方だろう。
Morgana wasn't the kind of girl to hate someone for an insignificant slight. While she could be vicious and caustic sometimes, she wasn't actually cruel. She was a sweet, selfless girl with a big heart. And the proof was right here, in her insisting she needed to atone for sins she had no direct hand in. Because that was who she was. She would carry the whole world on her back if she could. So when she said she cursed 3 men for eternity, there was necessarily more there than a minor grudge. Something bad enough had happened to push her to take such drastic measures. Oh, if you only knew! And you know what, Jacopo? Maybe you'll get your memories back? Oh, he's gonna be horrified. He's gonna be horrified. Someone had mistreated her so badly as to deserve an eternity of torment. Someone had.
それに私の思いは変わらない。前世の償いをするなんて馬鹿げている。そんなものに君が縛られる必要はないんだ。
Was that true, though? Obviously, she didn't need to atone for anything. But what about those who had hurt her? If they were alive now too, would I be able to say the same about them? Was it right to just let them move on? God, where was this train of thought even going? I had no idea anymore. For whatever reason, I was proceeding under the assumption that reincarnation and past lives were real, which had no scientific foundation. Was Morgana rubbing off on me? I needed to cool my head. There was no such thing as reincarnation. These memories I had of places I'd never been and things I'd never done were all fantasy.
だがわからんな。その話が今の君にどうつながるんだ。公園にいたことに何か関係があるのか。
ええ、私には業があるからどんなことでも受け入れるべきだとそう思っていたんです。けれどどうしても受け入れられないことが起きたから家を出たんです。それが一番平和なやり方だと思ったから。
一体何があったんだ。
I didn't have to see her face to know she was faltering, unsure if she wanted to continue. I should have told her she didn't have to force herself, but I couldn't bring myself to stop her. I wanted to get to the root of the problem. I needed to know what she was going through. Not out of some excessive degree of care for her, though, but largely for my own personal satisfaction. After a long silence, she muttered in a voice so soft a pin dropping would drown it out.
私、いらない子なんです。
いらない？母親が君にそう言ったというのか。
お母さん、いえ、母は最近再婚したんです。教会で知り合った人と。教会にいるような人なんですから、いい人に違いないのよ。
It's not a... Of course. She was mumbling absent-mindedly and didn't seem to be hearing me at all. This wasn't like her. She was always very direct when she spoke. It was making me uneasy. A shadowy figure seemed to tower over me, so I blurted something out without thinking to try and chase it off.
教会にいたからいいやつ。そんな法則はない。どんなところでも悪人はいる。たとえそこが天国であったとしてもだ。
Very true.
教えてくれ、モルガーナ。何があったんだ。
The longer she stayed silent, the more overpowering my anxiety grew. Why wouldn't she answer me? Why wouldn't she tell me? A black fog swirled around me, slowly filling the room. A black poison coursed through my veins, infecting my entire body.
答えられないようなことをそいつにされたのか。
Dang! Boundless rage swelled up within me, too great for me to restrain.
もしそうならそいつを。
I'll fucking kill him.
安心してください。あなたが考えているようなことは何もないわ。殴られたことも おかしなこともされていません。
Maybe he spoke badly of Morgana because maybe he saw her marks and thought that, you know, she must have sinned in her previous life, and that is something that he must have pressed on. And trying to make her feel bad. Maybe even called her a witch. You never know. And just like that, she pacified the hatred rising within me, leaving me aghast at my own reaction. Had I just seriously entertained the thought of killing a man? And for what? Because I jumped to the worst possible conclusion? A completely baseless one at that. I wasn't being reasonable. I was acting like a feral dog. I was seconds from ripping a man's throat out for setting foot in my territory. It was absurd. I didn't matter how enchanted by her I was. That wasn't reason enough to murder her stepfather. I like to hope I had at least that much of my sanity intact.
あの人にはただ正論を言われただけ。正しいのは向こうで、悪いのは私です。
What exactly did he say?
言葉を濁すのはやめてくれ。本当に正論を言われただけなら、君は今こんなところにいないはずだ。
そうかもしれないわね。彼は私のことが気持ち悪いと言っていたわ。この声も目も態度も、そして醜いただれも。
I wonder, did she say anything of this to her mom?
私を構成する何もかもが、あの人にとっては吐き気がするほど不気味なんだそうです。
He sounds despicable. Did she marry Barnier?
あの人が一緒になりたかったのは私の母だけですから、私のことは邪魔だったのでしょう。だから余計目障りなのだと思います。それか生理的に受け付けないだけなのかもしれないけれど、何度も言われたわ。生まれてくるべきじゃなかったって。今すぐいなくなってくれたら全員が幸せになれるのにって。
I think we do have to wring his neck.
それのどこが正論だと言うんだ。言われのないそしりを受けるのも前世の業のせいだとでも言うつもりか。いい大人が家族となった娘に対してそんなことを言うなんて、間違っているのも歪んでいるのもそいつの方だ。君の母親は何も言わないのか。
母はあの人の味方ですから、そのことは構いません。女手一つで私を育ててくれたのですから、幸せになる権利があります。
Oh my gosh. Y'all, her mom is horrible in this life as well. Of course you prioritize your kid. Your own kid.
二人を引き裂くような真似はしたくないわ。
母親ではなく、君が幸せになる権利もあるだろうが。
You know what? Sometimes Jacopo says smart stuff.
己の幸せよりも他者の幸せを願う方がよっぽど尊い行いです。神もそれを望んでおられます。
そんなもの。くそ。私に対して地獄に落ちろと言えるくらいなんだ。そいつらにだって毒を吐けるだろ
う。Has she told him to burn in hell? In the reincarnation?
なんで一番罵倒すべき相手を守ろうとするんだ。
Maybe she did tell him once. In Requiem for Innocence, a lot of times. Screw that! Being family doesn't give you a free pass to do whatever the hell you want. And someone being family doesn't obligate you to love them. Jacopo, you are so smart at times. Of course, the church wasn't going to agree with me. You were supposed to unconditionally love your family, even if they weren't showing you any love in return. I would have taken the caustic venom-tongued Morgana over this meek, self-sacrificing side absolutely any day.
君は否定するだろうが、それは虐待と同じだ。たとえ暴力がなくとも、言葉だって同じように傷を作る。
Yes. It doesn't have to be like physical abuse. Mental abuse is exactly the same.
君は今いくつなんだ？20歳だとか答えずに今の本当の年齢を教えてくれ。
Y'all, we about to find out.
16
Fuck my life. Okay. This is platonic, you guys. This is platonic. Nothing weird going on here, right, Jacopo? As I'd suspected, she was a full decade younger than me. But having actual confirmation made it that much more real. It sickened me that a 16-year-old girl had to live like that. She was at an age where she still needed her parents, and yet neither of them were there for her.
高校はどうしている？
家を出る前はちゃんと言っていたわ。一度も遅刻したことはなかったし、休んだこともなかった。
わかった。なら学校はこれからも生き続けてちゃんと卒業しろ。高校さえ出れば自由は利くようになる。そしたらすぐに家を出るんだ。そのふざけた養父もそれを望んでいるんだろう。だがな、私がこんなことを言ったのは決して家族のためじゃない。君のためだ。そんな養父のために人生を無駄にすることはない。
I think that this is the best support Jacopo has given to anyone.
でも自由になったって何をしたらいいか分かりません。あなただって知っているでしょう。私、世間のことをほとんど知らないのよ。やりたいことも目指すものも見つからない。
Jacopo and Maria can help.
そんなことはこれから見つければいい話だろうが。今までは誰も君に広い世界を見せてこなかったみたいだが、今は私がいるだろう。高校を卒業するまで何度もここへ来ればいい。そのうちにやりたいことも見つかる。私が手伝ってやる。それとも不満か？私では役に立たないか？
そうね、ちょっぴり不満。だってあなた、私がもたついているとすぐイライラするし、 うんちくを語ると長いし、ちっとも優しく教えてくれないんですから。
それはなるべく気をつけるようにする。
冗談ですよ。怒鳴らないでいてくれたら、いつものあなたで問題ないわ。
そうか。それならよかった。
うん。私、初めて知ったわ。誰かが自分の代わりに怒ってくれると、こんなに気が楽になるんですね。
これくらいで楽になるならいくらでも怒ってやる。幸いなことに私は怒りっぽいらしいからな。
やっぱりほどほどにして。あなた、怒りすぎたら暴力を振るいそうだもの。
Indeed.
そんなことはしない。少なくとも君の目につくようなところではな。
目につかない場所でも暴力はやめてほしいんですけれど。まあ、信じておいてあげます。
She did say in the dream to not use any form of violence.
あなたが優しい人だということも分かったからね。
まさか君にそんなことを言われるとはな。ひょっとしたら明日の朝には世界が終わっているかもしれん。
やっぱりあなたは優しくないですし、ただのおせっかいで面倒な人よ。
余計なことを言うのではなかった。
But it's more fun this way.
ありがとう。おやすみなさい。
ああ、おやすみ、モルガーナ。いい夢を見られるといいな。
As I'd feared, her situation was far from ideal. Hopefully, she was able to find a glimmer of hope after our conversation. Maybe they'll have the same dream. Family troubles weren't something that went away overnight, though, and for all I knew, things were much worse than she'd let on, to the point that maybe even graduating high school was unrealistic. If that were the case, going back to school might not have been the best advice after all. All I could do was pray that things weren't that bad. My advice was too vague and general to actually fix anything. But that was the best I could do for someone who was essentially still a stranger. Her family was a complete black box. I could see only the outcome, none of the process, and it frustrated me to no end. They had a very nice conversation.
何？
Okay, dream
あ
time.
なた、懲りずにバカな夢を見るつもりなの？全力で消すって今言ったばかりなのに。本当に呆れる人ね。今度はどんなふざけた夢を見るつもり？
I'm going to win your heart.
本当にバカな夢だったわ。愚かな人。今度は何ですか？名前。あなたの名前なんか呼びませんよ。あなたはあなたで十分。
Listen to how many times I'm saying your name.
なんか変よ。今日のあなた、そんな風にスラスラと素直に。おかしい。変なものでも食べたんでしょ。それにたかだか名前を呼ぶ程度で必死になってみっともないわ。
Are you disappointed in me?
別に。名前呼びませんから。もう。話題を変えましょう。そんな風に黙られたら困ります。楽器。そう。楽器の使い方を今度教えてください。どうしてって私が知りたがったらおかしいですか？まあ確かにおかしいかもしれませんけど、私何も知らないから。普通の生活の楽しみ方だから、少しずつ教えてください。物覚えが悪くても怒らないでくださいね。あなたは本当に短気なんだから。そうね。もっと早くにこうできればよかったのかもね。ねえ、私が話したこと今は全部忘れて。だってこの世界では何も悪いことは起きていないのでしょう。今だけは私も愚かな夢の続きを見たい。本当に愚かなことね。夢はいずれ覚めるものよ。
Is it the past, Morgana?
そしてその夢が幸福であればあるほど、真実は激しい。そんなことは嫌というほど理解しているくせに。あら、もう起きていたんですか？身支度も済んでいるし、ずいぶん早起きね。
You're even dressed. How unusual. Is it? We always see him dressed. Oh, no. What did I do with my earbuds? Hold on.
ああ、おはよう。少しやることもあったんでな。昨日はよく眠れたかね？
ええ、まあいつも通りに。あなたは？ソファーよりはマシだったでしょ？
そうだな。すっきりとした目覚めだ。嘘だ。正直よく眠れなかった。彼女はぐっすり眠っていたようだった。隣に男がいて無防備に眠れるというのもどうかと思うが、信頼されているということにしておこう。単純に意識するほどの相手ではないだけかもしれないが。
私が眠っている間、変なことはしなかったでしょうね。
ああ？妙な疑いをかけるんじゃない。叱って何もしとらん。
Yes, otherwise the police would have been here.
そうね。許可なく触れたりしないでしたっけ？律儀に守ってくれたんですね。
Well, he has kept his word in that aspect as well. But you know, he doesn't always keep his promises if we look at the past.
見知らぬ女を部屋に連れ込む大胆さはあるのに、本当に変な人ね。
だから何度も言うがな、 そういう目的で連れ込んだのではない。おい、待てよ。そういう言い方をするっていうことは、君、まさか本当は
はあ？バカなんじゃないですか？私に不埒な行いをしたら殺すわよ。だいたいそんな発想するなんて信じられません。地獄に落ちればいいのに。
Exactly. You two need to stay away from each other because of the age.
じゃあ変な人とか言うな。こっちのことを変だなんだと言うがな、君だってよほどだぞ。塩らしくしたかと思えば、引くほどきつい暴言を吐いてくるし。
A little similar to you, Jacopo.
そうね。私、本当は性格が悪いですから。
まあ、性格なんか少しくらい悪い方が面白いかもな。特に君の場合は。それくらいの勢いで、家庭でも好きに振る舞えばいいさ。無理にとは言わんがな。さて、さっさと朝飯を済ませてしまうぞ。そろそろ仕事に出ないといかん。じゃあ私は出るが、戸締まりはしっかりな。
ねえ。昨日話をして考えたんだけど、私帰ることに決めたわ。
そうか。その決断ができたのならよかった。
She gave me a little smile and a nod in response. This definitely for the best. Like an idiot, I felt a pang of disappointment that she was going to leave. But I was happy she'd finally found the courage to face her family. And besides, that didn't mean I would never get to see her again, so it wasn't the end of the world. Aura! Oh my gosh! With the story now, everyone. Super happy. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna continue before I cry again. I set myself up. But regardless, she was still a minor and couldn't keep living with me forever. And she was in a better place now than she had been when she'd left, so surely she'd be able to get through to him. Or at the very least, not let him walk all over her anymore. If she started showing a little assertiveness, he'd probably be more liable to actually listen. And if even that wasn't enough, then, well, I was willing to step in and act as a mediator if necessary.
ならもう家を出るかね。近場の駅くらいなら送っていってやらんこともないぞ。
それなんですけど、帰るなら登校日に合わせたいんです。休日に帰るのは他に行き場所がなくなって嫌だから。でも今日はもう金曜日ですから、今から戻っても学校には間に合いません。明日と明後日は土日でお休みだから、あと3日だけここにいます。
随分と不良娘になったものだな。
そうね。おかげさまで不良娘になってしまったわ。
It was still morning, so she could absolutely make it back in time for school, albeit maybe a couple hours late. But she knew that as well as I did, and some things were better left unsaid. It wasn't hard to imagine her at her desk, diligently taking notes and doing classwork. A top student with perfect attendance,
家出をしたのも、こいつにとっては世界が変わるくらいの一大決心だったのかもしれんな。学校なんか適度に休めばいい。卒業さえできればいい。あんなところが世界の全てというわけじゃない。不良の生活もそれなりに楽しいだろうさ。
そうかもね。学校を休んで罪悪感を抱かないなんて、私もどうかしてしまったわ。本当にあなたのせいですからね。でも私、あなたと会えてよかったわ。
They're all just intertwined by fate.
モルガーナ。
私何にも言ってませんからね。
そうだな。聞かなかったことにしてやる。だが、その上で言うなら、そうだな。僕も君に会えてよかった。
素直なあなたは気持ち悪いですね。
She says with a smile on her face.
お互い様だろうが。
We both laughed, something I wasn't sure had ever happened before. Her smile was softer, warmer than normal, and I imagined mine probably was too.
なあ、君。
何ですか？
あれだ。僕はな、君のことを。
I thought that maybe I would be able to tell her how I felt. No, that's a no. But it didn't seem right to take advantage of her when she was vulnerable like this. Yes, exactly. And she's super young too, you know. Maria. She might call the cops. She will. I also didn't want to make it too awkward for her to come back either. Not to mention the age difference. Finally you mentioned that, Jacopo. Finally. Just wait a couple of years, okay? But it was most important that she sorted things out in her life first. So ultimately, I decided against saying anything.
どうしたんですか？急に口ごもって。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言いなさいよ。
大したことではないのだ。君のことを、やはりどこかで見たことがあるような気がしてな。最近特にそう感じることが多くなった。君の姿を夢で見ることも多くてな。だからもしかしたらずっと昔にすれ違っていたのかもしれん。
夢で私に？
This could be strange. Explain that you see, you know, what you see, the surroundings, Jacopo. And what they are about. Quick!
妙な顔するなよ。分かっているさ。また気持ち悪いだとか言うつもりなのだろ？
Yes, unless you explain.
別にそんな風に思ってなんかいませんけど。それに私も夢であなたを見た気がするわ。
Explain the landscape, the scenery.
気持ち悪いって思いますか？
まさか。むずがゆい気はするが、嫌な気はしない。
I wonder if they're gonna, you know, talk
嬉しい。
Talk about what exactly they're dreaming about. Like, are they at the same place? Are they talking about approximately the same things?
どこかで私たち本当に出会っていたのかもね。
そうだな。と、そろそろ本当に行かねば。今日は早めに帰って来られるようにする。ま、どうせ君は帰ってこなくてもいいとか悪態をつくんだろうが。
そんなことないわよ。早めに帰ってきてくれたら少しは嬉しいわ。
そうか。そう言われては仕方あるまい。善処しておいてやる。
ええ、善処してください。いってらっしゃい。
うん。行ってくる。
I ended up staying here a lot longer than I'd anticipated. And I'd ended up enjoying my time here far more than I could have ever imagined. Maybe because he paid so much attention to me, for whatever unfathomable reason. After 2 weeks here, there was mountains of new things in his apartment. Books and movies he would have never consumed on his own. Sweets and pastries in the kitchen. Some of nearly everything imaginable, as I had never explicitly expressed any preferences. Between the food and movies, much of it had never even been opened, and would likely to go waste, which made me feel bad. I told him more than once to stop buying things that wouldn't get used, but he would just brush me off and say he was doing it for himself, looking mildly irritated as he did. Despite all his griping, he'd put a great deal of time and money into making this a place where I could feel comfortable. I couldn't understand why he went to such lengths for me though. He had nothing to gain from it. It made so little sense to me that for the first week, I'd even suspected he had some kind of ulterior motive. And the way his words and his actions never seemed to line up made it even more difficult to trust him. After 2 weeks, I'd come to realize that he was just a very roundabout man by nature, and that was him trying to show kindness. Although, honestly, I was hardly any better than him about that.
家に帰るとは言ったけれど、この部屋の方が居心地がいいわ。
I raised the blinds, letting the morning sunlight into the room, and then I got to work on my daily routine, which began with cleaning the apartment. By now, I knew where everything went. Once I was finished with that, I picked up the remote control, which I knew how to use well enough now to turn on the news. The sun slowly rose higher into the sky, and then it was lunchtime. First, I considered going out somewhere, but I only had 3 days left here, and any time away felt like it would be wasted. So I rummaged through the pantry and fixed myself a simple lunch. After eating, I relaxed a bit on the couch, and soon it was mid-afternoon. At home, I'd never been able to so much as make myself a cup of coffee without asking for permission first. But here, I could make it however I wanted, without having to go through anyone. So I made myself a cup with a little sugar and a little milk, brought it out to the living room, and took a seat on the couch. Then I picked up a book I hadn't read yet. Time slowly passed as I turned the pages. It was a kind of serenity I'd never experienced before. A peace of mind I could only feel here. As I turned the pages, a wave of sleepiness came over me. I could only imagine how wonderful the dream. If I were to fall asleep, feeling so tranquil, the best would be that dream about the fields of wheat, so I could see what came next. That sea of gold swaying in the wind, that gentle, welcoming homeland, that tall, shadowy figure standing beside me. Oh.
随分と幸せそうね。普通の少女の生活はそんなに楽しい？
Uh-oh. Oh, what? Who's there?
誰ですって？おかしい。あまりにも愚かで目を背けたくなるくらいよ。夢の続きなんてありませんよ。あんなものはただの幻想の世界なのだから。言うなれば今こそが。
What do you mean?
ええ、そうよ。だって今のあなたには困難など何一つないでしょ。かつてを忘れて幸福に包まれた夢のような時間を過ごしているじゃありませんか。
Uh-oh.
結局はまやかしの上に成り立つ幸福であると知らないまま。
Please just let her live a new, completely new life. That's not true. This is real. It's not a lie. And besides, I have plenty of worries here too.
確かに今のあなたもそれなりに苦しい状況にあるんでしょうけれど、昔に比べたらなんてことのないことばかり。そうじゃありませんか。
No, I hope these memories don't flood. Before
あなただって少しずつ思い出しているのでしょう。前世の業を理解しているから醜い体のことも受け入れているのでしょう。分かっているのなら目を背けるのはおやめなさい。
my eyes are open.
いいえ、あなたは肝心のことから逃げている。知らないふりをして愚かな夢の続きを現実のものにしようとしている。
Why does it feel like past Morgana is just gonna flood her memories with all of this? All of that had already happened.
その生活が長引けばいいですね。でもあなたの魂は他の者たちとは違うのよ。 あなたの背負う業はあなたが思っているほど軽いものじゃないのだから、簡単に抜け出せはしないわ。
Uh-oh. Please stop. I can't bear the sound of your voice.
私の声を遠ざけたい。無理な話よ。あなた自身が思い出し始めているんですもの。あの男と出会わなければただの少女のままでいられたのに。
Is it that she maybe refuses to let her forget once she meets Jacopo? If she meets Jacopo, Fata Morgana is gonna be like, nope, not gonna have any of this.
もう遅いわ。歯車は噛み合ってしまったのだから。
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
わからないのではなく、わかりたくないだけでしょう。目を開いて現実を受け入れなさい。
Stop.
ねえ、でも理解してくださいね。これは私があなたに強いていることではないのですよ。すべてはあなた自身が作り上げてしまったもの。あなたの背負う業の名を。
Stop, please, I'm begging you.
それは
Please.
魔女という名の
Uh-oh.
業よ。
Uh-oh.
私からは逃れられないわ。だって私はあなたなのだから。
Find Michael and Giselle.
何もかもを忘れて幸せになるなんてできるわけがない。
Oh my gosh, what's gonna happen?
忘れないでよ。あれほどの苦しみを、あれほどの悲しみを、あれほどの孤独を、あれほどの絶望を、あれほどの痛みをなかったことになって。
Yeah, she does not want her
しない
to.
でよ。
She doesn't want her to forget at all. Uh-oh.
私の中に入ってこないで。
Uh-oh. Oh
おい貴様、魔女に危害を加えたのか。
no! Oh no! Oh no!
殺すなとは言われていたが、傷つけるなとは言われていない。少々手違いもあった。他人には怪しまれていない。返り血は拭っておいた。むしろすぐに血の匂いだと気づくのだな。やはり領主、お前も人殺しだ。
やかましい。 命はあるんだろうな。
Oh, it feels so strange going back and having voice actors for this. I love it. Uh-oh.
そうだ。知り合いだ。昔のな。
そうか。ではどうする領主。顔色が悪いぞ。
どうするだって。そんなものやることは何も変わらん。魔女をつないで計画は実行する。
Y'all, I cannot believe that this happened. I'm still like baffled. Oh no!
誰の手を取ろうとしているのか思い
モルガーナ、どうしたんだ。
Oh my gosh. I feel like she's gonna panic. I feel like she's gonna panic once she sees Jacopo. She's gonna be like, it's you! It was you!
しっかりしろ。具合が悪いのか。大丈夫か。意識はしっかりしているな。一体何があったんだ。黙っていちゃ分からんぞ。病院、あ、いや救急車を呼んだ方がいいか。
医者に見せるようなものではないわ。
Oh my gosh.
そうは言っても意識を失って倒れていたんだぞ。おい、急に立ち上がるな。横になったまま休んでろ。待っていろ。今水を持ってきてやるから。
あなたは誰なの？
Oh my gosh. This is what she said!
は？誰って？何を言っているんだ。しっかりしたまえ。頭でも打ったのか。
どうしてあなたが私の前にいるのよ。
Oh my gosh.
モルガーナ。
ねえ、今のあなたは誰？
Oh my gosh.
魔女を殺した領主。
Oh, I got chills.
何を言って。
Is Jacopo gonna have a flashback as well?
妻を壊した実業家。
君は一体。
それとも奴隷の青年。
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh.
モル。
今のあなたは誰？
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
私は。
それとも何も覚えていないというの？私だけに苦しめというの？
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
魔女を殺したのは誰？
僕は。ああ、そ
It was inevitable, you guys. It was inevitable. The past caught up to everyone else as well.
その瞬間、
はっきりと失われていた歯車が噛み合っていった。
Ooh, I really, really love that.
私の瞳に彼が映り込む。その表情は固くこわばり、はっきりと絶望の色合いが浮かんでいた。
僕の瞳に彼女が映り込む。その表情は憎しみに歪み、はっきりと絶望の色合いが浮かんでいた。
すべてを取り戻していく。私がかつて奇跡の血を持つ聖女であったこと、そして死よりも重い永劫の呪いをこの男にかけたこと。
I just know that Michael and Giselle is gonna have to step in.
すべてを取り戻していく。僕がかつて彼女の血を奪う領主であったこと、そして彼女を魔女にさせ償いを望んだこと。
Oh my gosh.
私は奴隷の青年と過ごした日々を大切に思っていたのに、優しい思い出ごと彼が粉々に壊してしまった。
They just don't escape this fate.
僕は彼女を愛していたのに、自らの手で全てを粉々に壊してしまった。
その全ては今の出来事ではないと分かっていても、私の心を支配するのは変えようのない憎しみだった。
どうしてここに僕がいるのか。彼女の問いかけに答えることができない。
あらゆる時代の記憶と感情が混ざり合い、吐き気とともに激しい混乱の波が押し寄せる。
非現実的だとも理不尽だとも思わなかった。今のことでなくともそれは確かに。
私は彼に殺された。
僕は彼女を。
Y'all, they realized at the same time.
あなたのことが好きだったのに。
君のことが好きだったのに。
けれどどうして思い出すのがこの瞬間でなければならなかったのだろう。
Ugh.
どうしてよりによってこの瞬間だったのだろう。何も思い出さなければ過去に縛られることもなく幸せになれたかもしれないのに。
Is this always gonna happen to them if they meet up? Is that it? They're not supposed to meet up?
もう
取り返しなんて
つかない。何事もなかったかのように笑い合うことなどできるはずもない。
あれほどの仕打ちを私にしておいて、あれほどの絶望を私に与えておいて。
To be fair, he also got his memories right now.
どうしてそのあなたが今もまた私の目の前にいるの？二度と会うことはないとそう言って魂の別れを告げたというのに。 あなたに心を許しかけた自分が憎い。
待ってくれモルガーナ。
その声で私の名を呼ばないで。
Oh my gosh. Y'all, the voice acting is too good. Yeah, this is horrible for both of them. That they both got their memories back. No. The past should have just stayed the past. Their past selves shouldn't have just hijacked their new futures.
どうしてこんなに経っても過去の記憶に縛られなきゃいけないの。
That's what we're also thinking.
どうして忘れさせてくれないの。
But past Morgana will never let go.
魂の記憶なんてなければよかったのに。ねえミシェル、あなたは確かに私を解放してくれたわ。けれどそれは魔女の私であって少女の私じゃない。私の認識を覆した最後の事実は私を魔女でなくすのに十分なものだったけれど、人を呪えなくなったただの少女には新たな苦しみでしかないのよ。だって私の心を壊し分裂させ私を殺し長い悲劇の引き金を引いたのはかつて私が愛した人だったのだから。だから全ての呪いを終えたあの瞬間、私がしたのはもうその事実には触れないということだけ。私の決意に立ち向かうことは含まれていないのよ。だってどうしろというの？向き合ったところで新たな苦しみしか訪れない。
Oh my gosh.
そう、今のように。だからもう何もしたくなかった。憎むことも許すことももう一度再会を望むことも何もかもをなくすことで終わりに。それなのにどうしてこんなことになっているの？ねえミシェル、ただの少女になってしまった私のこともあなたが救ってくれるの？私の手をもう一度あなたが取ってくれるの？それとも私の手を取るのは？
Oh my gosh. Uh-oh.
私また倒れ
right about now, I think it's better that Maria finds her than Jacopo. Maybe it is Michael. I mean, he also had a dream that he saw her.
やっと見つけたぞこのガキ。手間をかけさせやがって。
No! Not the stepfather! What can this get worse? It took a few moments for my mind to catch up with what was happening. Where I was, when I was, who I was. His angry shouts echoed in my still jumbled head.
家でなんかしやがって。どれくらい迷惑をかけたのかわからないのか。お前たちを養ってるのは俺なんだぞ。
Wow, he's really despicable.
痛い。やめて。強く引っ張らないで。離して。
離せた？このガキ、いい加減にしやがれ。
Jacopo is here soon.
ほら、ついてこい。これ以上手間をかけさせるな。おとなしくしていろ。
My chest tightened. My spirit, shackled and repressed for so long in this era, went cold. The sound of this man's voice terrified me regardless of what he was saying. And the higher he raised it, the more I recoiled. Over the years, his poison had seeped deep into me, and I glared at him. I wasn't going to let him order me around anymore. I was done. Done with him and everything else that hurt me.
殴りたかったらもっと殴ればいいじゃない。このままあなたと帰るくらいならもうここで死んだ方がマシよ。
このクソガキ、言いやがったな。そのふざけた口が聞けなくなるくらいしつけてやる。
Oh my gosh, where is the police? Jacopo, can you hurry up? Can you hurry up?
やめろ！何をしている！
Finally. Finally. Uh-oh.
なんだお前は！
I mean, of course, well, he deserves it, but...
それ以上そいつを殴ってみろ。私が貴様を殺してやる。ふざけるな。こいつは俺の娘だぞ。他人にどうこう言われる筋合いはない。貴様が父親だろうが何だろうが知ったことか。彼女モルガーナをこれ以上傷つけるな。俺の娘を知っているのか。さてはお前が俺の娘をさらったのか。
Y'all, I don't even want that to come from this stepfather.
この変質者が今すぐお前を警察に突き出してやるからな。
やめて。やめてください。その人は赤の他人です。無関係よ。
言えすいた嘘をつくな。だったらお前はこの2週間どこにいたんだ。言えないだろ。無一文で男の家に転がり込みやがって、この恥知らずが。元はといえば貴様が彼女を虐待したからだろうが。彼女を責める前に自分の行いを顧みたらどうだ。虐待だと？この俺が？ふざけたこと言うな。こいつに手を挙げたのは今日が初めてだ。 それにこれはしつけの一環だぞ。暴力だけが虐待に値すると思い込むなよクソが。言葉で傷を与えるのもまともな生活を奪うのも
That is also abuse.
全て虐待に当てはまるものだ。
You tell him.
私は人の家庭に首を突っ込んですっかったなこと言うな。お前が娘の何なのかは知らんが、こいつの父親は俺だ。お前に口を挟む権利はねえ。分かったらとっととうつろ。それとも本気で殺に突き出されたいのか。だったら今すぐ通報してやるぞ。
Yeah, they're coming to get you.
父親である俺の言い分とどこの誰だか知らんお前の言い分、どちらが通るか楽しみだな。ええ、好きにすりゃいい。そんな脅し程度で引きはせんぞ。
やめて、もうやめてください。おとなしく家に帰りますから、大きな騒ぎにはしないで。
Oh, I really don't want her to go back with the stepfather.
なぜだモルガーナ。
もういいんです。あなたも私の父から離れてください。
だがこいつは君を。
私が騒ぎにしたくないんです。だからやめて、お願い。
Oh, she's already been through hell. And now this.
今はこの人の言う通りよ。客観的に状況を見たら不利なのは彼だわ。事実がどうであれ、16歳の私を保護者に知らせずに家に置き続けたことになってしまう。
Yeah. We know who the cops are gonna take.
せめて私が16の娘でなければ状況は違ったかもしれないのに。
Well, there would be a lot of things that would be simpler.
勝手に家を出て迷惑をかけてしまってごめんなさい。これからは一切反抗しません。だから今回のことは見逃してください。お願いします。
モルガーナ。チェ、誰がお前に命令できるのか分からないんだ。こっちも騒ぎにはしたくないからな。今回のことは水に流してやる。くそ、さっさと行くぞ。
Oh no. We just know that the abuse doesn't stop
Morgana!
here.
言いたいことがあるのだ。どうか聞いてくれ。私が、いや、僕が今望んでいるのは、君の幸福だけだ。本当はこの手でそれを与えたかった。けれど自分ではそれができないのだと分かっている。最後に君を救ったのも手を引いたのも別の男だった。僕にはその資格がないのだと十分理解している。自分がかつて何をしたのかすべて思い出したんだ。だからもう君に強引に関わろうとは思っていない。 けれどただ一つだけ願わせてくれ。君がこの時代で普通の少女として。
Oh.
いつまでグズグズしてやる。早く行くぞ。どうか幸せになってくれ。モルガーナ。
Y'all, this is so heavy. The inside of his car reeked of cigarette smoke. Every breath I took felt like it would make me gag. Jacopo smoked too, but the smell at his apartment wasn't nearly so repulsive. My father, stepfather, pushed me into the back seat, then drove off, grumbling into the night. And I realized then how different grumbling out of spite and grumbling out of love could sound, even if the words were unchanged. From time to time, I glanced out the window to see Paris zooming by as the car barreled down the road. I suspected I would never see this place again, never visit his house again. The light that I had found over these past 2 weeks was dimming before my eyes. And once we were home and the light faded completely, I would be a bird in a cage, alive, but not living.
ほんの一瞬で何もかもを失ってしまったわ。でも亡くなる時はそういうものなのかもしれない。かつてのあの時だって別れは唐突だった。何を考えているのよ。あの人と離れられてよかったじゃない。もう二度と顔なんて見たくなかったのだから。これでもう心を乱されることもない。憎しみも怒りも絶望もひとかけらの愛しさも何も感じないで済む。
But the more I tried to push his memory away, the louder his final words came back to me.
けれどただ一つだけ願わせてくれ。君がこの時代で普通の少女として幸せに生きられることを。
幸せなんてどうやって手に入れろというのよ。私に自由なんてありはしないのに。何これ。
I felt something I didn't remember in my pocket. Why? I'm thinking necklace, but what? No, letter. It was a small handwritten note. The best people that Morgana can reunite with right now, Michael and Giselle. It was a small handwritten note. Careful not to alert my stepfather, I unfolded the square of paper. And written in it was a neat list of addresses and phone numbers. At first, I couldn't figure out what they were for, but as I read further, the pieces began falling into place. It was contact information for a wealth of social services and scholarship programs. Everything from services run nationwide by the government to small local ones. Every square inch of paper was packed to the bursting point with his handwriting. When on earth had he found the time to collect all this information? I hadn't told him about my family situation until last night.
ああ、おはよう。少しやることもあったんでな。昨日はよく眠れたかね。
So that's something he had to take care of in the morning must have been this handwritten note.
まさか早く起きていたのはバカな人。
Maybe the list was meant for himself, and he had been planning to contact these places as a way to help me. Maybe giving the list to me wasn't originally his intention. It really was just notes for himself, pure information, and not some kind of message. However, I felt as though I could hear him in every line, like I could feel the heart he poured into it, in the form of his voice. And he was saying,
君の人生は君のものだ。
ねえ、ヤコポ。私はやっぱりあなたと巡り合いたいとは思わないわ。
and they still did.
だって次の世でもあなたと出会ったらまた大変な目に遭う気がするのだもの。あな
Yeah,
たと
these
関わ
two
るの
are
は
such good
もう
characters.
こりごりよ。
They're so well written.
だから私はあなたとの再会は願わない。あなたのことは大嫌いよ。それでもあなたが私との再会をどうしても願うというのなら、あなた必ず私を幸せにして。それができた時にあなたを。
So tragic.
全部思い出したと思っていたのに、愚かな夢の本当の姿を思い出せていなかった。あれはただの幻想ではなく、消滅を迎えようとする彼の魂の最後の夢だった。あの時彼の魂はもう崩壊していた。どこにも行けずにあらゆる世界から消滅するところだった。彼の自責の念がそうさせたことで、彼の最後の望みでもあった。館に囚われた者たちを解放しても、彼自身が 解放を望んでいなかった。永遠の贖罪が許されないのならば、己を完全に殺すことで自分自身を消し去ろうとしていた。どうしてあなたが私の前にいるのよ。その答えを持っているのは私の方だった。彼をあの世界から導いて生かしたのは私だったじゃない。
Wow, that's so pretty. This was definitely my favorite one out of the stories. One year later.